Howdy, y'all. This is Taylor Ursula of That's So Pisces, and it somehow feels like it is simultaneously already and also only just Pisces season. So let's look into that. So Pisces season is really Pisceing this year. Um, Pisces season is a mutable time. It is the last zodiac season of winter. Aries season heralds the spring equinox, and so Pisces is really a time where we wrap things up, we wind things down. We have the final new moon of winter, so we're planting seeds around what we are kind of ready to step out of, what we are hoping to kind of incorporate within ourselves as we anticipate this kind of new birth. And we have the final full moon of winter as well in Virgo. And so that's really a wrapping up point of kind of all of those internal processes that we move through, all of those kind of things we're tinkering with before spring begins. So similarly, wrapping things up, right? We are tying up loose ends, checking all of our details before the sun starts to kind of take over the sky and we start to welcome in new time, like new daytime, longer days, new weather, just a shift in the seasons, right? So all of that good stuff is happening in this Pisces season, and it's certainly reflected in the highlight transits. So we're going to go ahead and break those down, take a look at some of the big themes that are happening this season. We have our we finally have the Chiron North Node conjunction right at the top of Pisces season. We have Mercury in Pisces for this season, and we have our Saturn Mercury cazimi. So all in one day, we'll have the sun meet with Mercury and Saturn, and Mercury and Saturn will also meet. So there's a big sandwich happening there, full of information, full of illumination, full of revelations, and we'll talk all about that. We have the Venus-Mars conjunction happening at long last. We've been talking about this for several weeks, months. God, feels like forever now. They wanted to meet when they were both in Leo, the sign opposite Aquarius. And so it's been 6 months that we've felt this sort of tension in terms of what we desire and our ability to actually strive for it. We have been feeling this tension build up with these planets being co-present in Capricorn for Aquarius season. So we've started to feel this like starting to ramp up. And so in Pisces season, we finally have this moment, this catharsis, and we start a new cycle. It may be like a little chaotic. These planets have wanted to be with each other for so long. There may be a big catalyst. There may be a little bit of like crisis that happens just in the like demand of those feelings. But there's also something really fruitful that is born from this, as well as something that is at long last wrapped up. So again, more of those themes of we're finally getting a sense of finishing something and moving forward in some way. So we're going to take a look at the transits for the season. We'll then pull cards for each sign to get a sense of what themes are coming up for each of us as we move through Pisces season. What are we wrapping up? What are we what's culminating for us now? What are we, what loose ends are we tying up before we prepare for spring? And what do those intentions look like? So let's go ahead and get started. You can tune into the transits. If you want to skip to the tarot portion, head to the intro. We'll talk about this season's card, which is the moon. All right. And we'll see how it wraps into the story that we are exploring this year with the strength card. So let's do it. Okay, so first and foremost, Pisces season starts on the evening of Sunday, February 18th. Right away on Monday, the 19th, is when we have our long-awaited Chiron North Node conjunction. And we've been feeling this for weeks now. We'll continue to feel this for weeks as they start to separate. We won't really feel it fully be done probably until the end of March as they make enough distance between them. These are both somewhat slow moving. The North Node and the South Node are moving a bit faster than Chiron. Chiron's going very slow in Aries. So it's definitely the North Node moving on first and Chiron kind of lingering in that space. So what does this conjunction bring up for us? We've talked a bit about this in many of our lunation videos that have had to deal with things encountering these bodies. Now that these bodies are encountering each other, we're getting an idea of what these themes has been bringing up for us. Chiron's been in Aries for several years now at this point. Chiron will spend about 8 years total in Aries. And we are just past the halfway point, right? Chiron right now is at 16 degrees. So we're just at the halfway point of this journey. The North Node is moving much more quickly. The North Node has been in Aries since July of 2023 and will be there until January of 2025. So the North Node is a quicker journey. It's not a planet. It's it's a point. It has to do with the moon and the ecliptic. And so it's not necessarily providing anything. Think of it as kind of like a portal or a time jump or some kind of like unstable arrival, right? It's information. It reveals to us something that's going on, but it doesn't necessarily provide any grounding to help manifest it, if that makes sense. It's not a planet, right? So it's showing us something, and the planet encountering the North Node has to then kind of like recalibrate and figure out how to integrate this information. This is where the North Node becomes a lot about choice. It's not a planet. It's not going to make you do anything, but it will show you something. What you decide to do with it is ultimately the determining factor regarding how you are encountering these nodes. So what is wanted is some sort of newness, some sort of burning off of something. If we talk about Aries, we are meant to be learning where we can be honest, where we can be authentic. The South Node is trying to shake us out of being people-pleasing, saying yes when we're really, it's eating away at us inside, staying part of situations that are no longer fair or balanced. And so Chiron here is triggering a big story. Chiron is that wound that sets in childhood. A lot of stories talk about Chiron as the wounded healer through the lens of being a grown centaur who becomes kind of enrobed or enmeshed in a battle that is not his own to be fighting. He's an immortal creature and he ends up being shot by a poison-tipped arrow. So he doesn't die, but he suffers indefinitely. And that's absolutely a big part of Chiron's story. But I like to go to the beginning of Chiron's story, which is that Saturn is trying to escape the prophecy that Uranus has brought forth to him, which is that Saturn will be overthrown by one of his own children the same way that Uranus was overthrown by his child, Saturn. So fast forward to the point where the child Jupiter, who will overthrow Saturn, is alive and well. Saturn eats his children to prevent this prophecy from happening. But Jupiter manages to thrive because Rhea, Saturn's wife, whisks him away and feeds Saturn a rock. Okay, so Chiron is born when Saturn descends Mount Olympus and comes to Earth to search for Jupiter, so that Saturn can destroy Jupiter before Jupiter can fulfill this prophecy. Saturn then encounters a nymph. This nymph does not want anything to do with Saturn. Saturn makes sure to have his way with this nymph. This nymph turns herself into a mare. He turns himself into a horse. And here we have Chiron the centaur is born. And so Chiron's first wound is being abandoned. Chiron's mother is so distraught at what has happened and is triggered by the arrival of Chiron, who, as a centaur, is a physical reminder of this violation that she has experienced. And so Chiron is abandoned. And this is Chiron's origin wound. I didn't ask to be born. I had no part in this narrative, and yet I am experiencing pain. I am experiencing punishment. I am experiencing ostracization or isolation, and I don't know why. And so we think about that. The grown-ups did this, right? These are grown-ups versus baby. And so that's a really apt narrative for Chiron being in Aries. I mean, that's Chiron's narrative in general, but in Aries especially, Aries just is, right? And so if we think about a time when we just were, which is being small, we don't have perspective, we don't know rules, we're learning about what those are, we don't understand, you know, being objective. And so every experience that we have as young people, we identify with, we integrate that as being part of us, rather than recognizing that it's an experience outside of us that might be shaping us in some way, or might be informing us in some way, or that has nothing to do with us at all, right? Because we don't have that perspective. So thinking about this Chiron story, thinking about where we've tried to just be, where we've tried to initiate leadership, where we've tried to initiate solo exploration. It's a big kid theme, right? Like, I'm going to go do that and go try that thing. And having some grown up, some bigger person come in and tell us, inform us that that's not okay in some way. Tell us that we're not allowed to do that. Tell us that we're not entitled to that experience. Tell us that, you know, only boys do that, for example, girls can't do that, or only girls do that, for example, boys can't do that. Thinking about where we've been held back from things we've wanted to pursue and explore for any kind of reason, right? Guardians and grown-ups and parents and caretakers have all sorts of reasons as to why they would inhibit us. And some of them are sound and for our well-being, and some of them are not. And some of them are punitive, whether it's conscious or unconscious, right? So the North Node is meeting with this body. Again, Chiron's been in Aries for about 3.5 years now, for approaching the halfway point, or for at the halfway point now. And so the North Node is popping in to say, hey, you've been carrying this wound for a long time, and it's been causing you to act in these Libra ways, right? So let's think about that for a moment. Something that we tried to do in Aries was punished, and we went the opposite way. We overcorrected, and we went super hard Libra vibes. We were like, okay, I'm never gonna do that again, and I'm gonna ask everyone first what I should do. I'm gonna get I'm gonna endlessly collect evidence or justification for this thing that I want to do before I ever dare to do it. Okay. I'm gonna keep the peace, and I don't want to disturb anyone else around me. So I'm not gonna try to do anything without being asked or without being given permission. All right. These are all sort of shadow Libra themes. So the North Node is here to hit Chiron to say, hey, boo, you've been doing this in some way. And likely at this point, we are so aware of this. Okay. Right. These bodies have been present in the same sign since July. So we've had several months now of them hanging out. And we've had lots of planets come through and activate them separately. And as they've grown closer and closer together, those activations have become more and more connected. And we've been starting to put those things together. We're like, oh, that's a thing that I'm doing that isn't actually authentically me, but I've conditioned myself because of my environment to be this way, because it's easier for these other people. We have the delightful task of figuring out, and again, North Node choosing to some extent. There's only so much free will in the world, but there is free will, and we have to figure out where it is. Choosing to not only recognize where this is being brought up for us, but to decide where it's time to separate from being that person. So this is a big energy to be starting off Pisces season with. I mentioned we're wrapping things up. So this may be a season where we are like, oh my God, it is painfully aware to me where I am currently wrapped up in stories, narratives, situations, relationships, situationships, etc., where I can recognize that this origin story has led me to act in this way in these things. And so what am I going to do? What do I do with that information now? It might be painful. It might be paralyzing emotionally, mentally, to some degree. We might really struggle with how we're going to process this. And that's the North Node's like, see ya. All right, just bratcha this. And that's kind of what makes it unstable, is this, like, it just drops it off, right? It doesn't give you any directions. It doesn't give you any manual. There's no screwdriver included. Okay, do you have the tools for this? I'm just the delivery driver, I gotta go. It's a little intense because nothing happens for a day after this conjunction. So we're kind of just sitting with it. But something maybe nice is not the word. Something that comes in to assist some of this process and to help us get clear on what tools we have right now and what our options are is the Venus-Mars conjunction that happens at 6 degrees on Wednesday. So we have, again, these planets that have been yearning for each other, longing for each other. We've been feeling this isolation, this separation for these 6 months, right? And these planets are finally coming back together to meet at 6 degrees of Aquarius. And so we also not only have these two bodies that rule and govern how we, what we desire and how we pursue it, and what kind of relationships assist us in receiving resources that we need, and what it is that drives us and motivates us, helping us to figure things out, which is helpful. But we also have the rulers of the North and South nodes coming together to convene, to meet, to make nice, to make up for lost time, and also to help us sort all of this information out. It's not a long-lasting conjunction. Venus moves quickly. Venus is going to bippity bop on out of there. But this is a moment of visibility that we have been waiting for the past 6 months. This is a moment of visibility that helps us make sense of this nodal journey that we've been experiencing since July of 2023. And so this is a moment where we get something that we need. Can't tell you what that is. That's absolutely going to depend on where this is in your chart, as well as where Saturn is in your chart, because Saturn's ruling Aquarius, where these planets are meeting. So there's lots of different ways this could play out for you, and different ways this could be providing you with something. But there's absolutely some, again, like a little bit of chaos, because it's like, oh my God, get here right now. And like, we may just be like, oh my God, I need some help. And like, we're thirsty. We're thirsty. So there may be a little bit like, but there's ultimately some sort of catharsis that happens here, there's more information. We now get some kind of manual based on where the North Node is moving through our charts for us, where the South Node is moving through our charts for us, what we've been releasing through that South Node. We probably have more of that to do. And not probably, I know we do. Otherwise the nodes would be done by now. We're doing this till till January. So we have some time, but there's definitely more kind of like follow-up information. It's like we've been waiting for the boss to check our work and to kind of like give us the next project, assignment, directions, and we're getting it. We're like, okay, so what I'm reviewing here is that more of that we've already been letting go of, I now have the tools to let go of. I now have the drive or the motivation, and I'm also connected to the people who are going to help me like do that releasing, whatever that looks like. And I'm also then getting a sense of the choices I'm making to move toward that North Node. On the next day, Thursday the 22nd, we have Mercury making its way into Pisces. This is traditionally its sign of both fall and detriment. Lucky Mercury. So this is where we won't necessarily have the sharpest, like quickest mind, right? We might be really emotional at this time, which makes a lot of sense. Like, it's so funny when you're like, astrology makes sense sometimes. Like, it just is. It's so funny how it's just what it is. Of course, we'd be emotional at this time. Of course, we would be perhaps idealizing the situation. Kind of that graduation goggles idea of like, I'm going to romanticize the experiences that I've had and that I'm now considering releasing. I'm going to think about all of the things that could have been. I'm going to kind of zoom out and drift off into dreaming about what might be. And I'm going to tap into some of those more sensitive, sympathetic, empathetic, poetic functions at this time. So Mercury will be here for the next 3 weeks before it moves into Aries, which it will do during Pisces season. So we'll touch on that later. But for this time and in this immediate aftermath of these planets meeting, we have some like real feeling thoughts at this time. This can be, again, a little bit painful if we are finding ourselves romanticizing some of the past, romanticizing some of what we've experienced, and that's making it harder to let go or harder to commit to that decision. This may also be an imaginative time that helps us start to daydream about what is possible for us next. This is not a Mercury that has any visibility to either of these nodes, and neither can it see Venus or Mars. And so this function may feel like it's a bit separate from the more straightforward and like rational stuff that we're tackling here with these planets that do see each other. Mercury might then feel a little bit like in the distance, like, why am I feeling this way? I can't really connect it to anything happening otherwise in real time. And that might just be the vibe, you know? These are planets that can't see each other. And so until they can, until Mercury moves into Aries and can see its ruler Mars, for example, as well as meet the North Node, like Mercury doesn't really know why it's feeling how it's feeling. And that's so very like, sorry, but that's a very Pisces vibe. So we're not only in our feelings for a lot of Pisces season with Mercury and Pisces, but we are extra in our feelings at the Virgo full moon at 5 degrees that takes place on Saturday, February 24th. Now, one way we might feel a kind of trickle down effect of what Mercury is experiencing and what Venus is experiencing is that this is also a day that Venus and Aquarius will square Jupiter in Taurus. Now, we have more of that kind of chain of command happening again. Venus, being in Aquarius, is being ruled by Saturn. Saturn in Pisces is being ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter in Taurus is being ruled by Venus. We also now have Mercury in Pisces that Jupiter is ruling. So Jupiter can see Mercury that it's ruling from Taurus because Taurus and Pisces are sextile. So Jupiter has visibility on Mercury. Jupiter is also ruling Mercury. Mercury will also come through later in the season to sextile Jupiter. So in some way, Jupiter is able to maybe pass on some of the information that Venus has been parsing through and making sense of and creating instructions for with Mars in Aquarius. This is also the closing square that Venus makes to Jupiter before Jupiter and Venus reunite for their new cycle in Taurus later in the year. So we can think back to that 6-month period when Venus and Mars were trying to meet and Venus stationed retrograde. We can then kind of fast forward to about 5 to 4 months ago and think about those squares that Venus was making to Jupiter from Leo while retrograde. And we've talked a bit about how that may have had us spending more than we were making, living larger than we could pay for, writing checks we could not cash, whatever that looked like for us. That could have been literally financially or like energetically, emotionally, mentally, right? There's lots of different ways, again, depending on our chart, where that could have played out for us. And so now we have this opposite, you have the same square from the opposite side, and Venus is far away from that retrograde, but there may be something connected to that retrograde that Venus is now dealing with, coming up against, encouraging, making bigger through this square, right? This is a much more detached placement. Venus, while retrograde in Leo, was very much like, it's about me, and I'm carrying a lot of weight and it's hot. And in Aquarius, it's much cooler, right? Things are a little hot because we just met with Mars, but we're much more objective about things. We are much more detached about things, and we can probably be a bit more rational about what's going on. So there may be some corrective action that takes place at this time, especially with this being some sort of full moon. Now, the full moon is being ruled by that emotional Mercury that we just talked about. And so this may still be a time where we're overdoing it. We may be like kind of overcorrecting this way in the sense of like, like I'm gonna detach from this, or I'm gonna do this so big in this way, but it's serving a different purpose for me at this time. Again, Mercury ruling the full moon, Mercury being in this new emotional place. Mercury's going to meet Saturn soon. We might be really feeling a lot about that Virgo moon and everything it's bringing up in terms of it being the last full moon of winter and what we're tying up there, it being the full moon occurring as we are receiving all this information and therefore maybe deciding that something is done or that something is ready to transition into a new phase. On Tuesday, the 27th, we have Mars come through and make that same square to Jupiter at 10 degrees. And so this is kind of an extension of whatever Venus opened up with that square. Venus might be now giving us those instructions about what to let go of. And perhaps that's some of what Venus does with that square to Jupiter is like, I'm really overcompensating by letting go of too many things, or like I'm making a big show about like I'm really cutting things off and I'm going ham. Mars coming through really amplifies how we feel about that, or like what we think that means about us. So we might, it might be overcompensating as well. We might have an ego drive come through of like, and I'm never gonna do that again because I'm this now, right? And again, this is Mars pulling us toward the Aries North Node. So we might be like, and I initiate this. Okay, so like that's a pretty intense end of the spectrum of how this could manifest. It may give us a lot of energy. It may be giving us a lot of energy and opportunity to initiate something that helps us make up for the time that we spent in those Libra relationships or situations that we held ourselves back, right? So we might be like, aha, and maybe it's not like super evil, you know, bad guy, but it could be just very like amplifying and like rising from the ashes, like I am strong. Okay, we're in a strength theory, right? So we're definitely going to feel a bit of that at some point, and this might be one of those points. Wednesday, the 28th, is the big cazimi. So we have Mercury meeting the sun. We have Mercury meeting Saturn. We have the sun meeting Saturn, all at 9 degrees, okay? All in the same day, all right? And so this is big. I've mentioned before that this is the first time that the sun has moved through Pisces season and met Saturn here, because when Saturn moved into Pisces, we were already well into Pisces season. So the sun had already moved into Pisces and was well past Saturn while Saturn was making its way into Pisces. So they've been co-present before, but they've never actually met in this sign yet. And so we're getting this first glimpse of, this is what's happening here. My mind just went to, oh, this is the bad place. And like, maybe there is some of that in there. Let's roll with that. Maybe there is, you know, Saturn is heavy like all the time. Saturn's heavy all the time. Saturn is bad sometimes, right? Saturn is a blockage, or can be a consequence. Saturn can be a responsibility. Saturn can be something we don't enjoy. And so it might very well be like, oh, this is the, oh, okay, got it. Like, oh, the files are inside the computer. So it might be that. It might be a glimpse, a reveal into what it is that Saturn is concerned with building here. The sun saying, oh, this is what's important to me. This is what is taking shape here. It's been arduous. It's been tedious. It's been lonely, because Saturn is often a lonely theme. But I see what Saturn is trying to build up within me at this time. Mercury coming into the fold adds an immediate like download to our brains and has us talking about this. Mercury and Saturn might feel like we can't talk about this yet. This is too heavy for me to talk about in this time. This is, I'm getting the instructions for like the foundation at this time. So I'm maybe moving slowly now as I download this, because it's a big file. But there is absolutely like an understanding that comes to us about, oh, these are the ideas that Saturn's been bringing forth, and I now have a direct connection to how to implement those. So we're kind of pausing in that slowness that is Saturn to, and it's also not Saturn like on a planet, right? It's not Saturn transiting any of our natal things, although for me it is. So if you've got Pisces placements, welcome to feeling like you don't have anything to say or you don't know what to do, because Saturn is just a big anvil on you. But for the mundane transit, for the transit that's happening for us collectively in real time, it is these planets coming to visit Saturn. So it's not necessarily the like, I'm gonna suppress you now. It's much more like, hey, Saturn, what's up? We just came by to visit and like see what's going on. And so, they get to move forward the next day. They get to go, okay, cool. We got the news from Saturn. We now have an understanding. And of course, the Mercury cazimi is a big integration of whatever ideas we have right now and how we are able to see who we are becoming with those ideas, because of those ideas, in tandem with those ideas. However, those ideas and how we conceptualize them at this time are kind of commingling and being integrated into our sense of self. That's all also happening on this day. So we're really downloading a lot. Give yourself time and like water, like stay hydrated, because it does feel like it's going to be very, again, like a big file to download. Be a lot of kind of information, and especially like long-term things. We might be like, oh, I'm really integrating like what the plan is down the line. So I need to give a little bit of space and time to this. And we'll kind of see what that reveals to us based on where that is in our charts. On Leap Day, Tuesday the 29th, we have our sextile between Mercury in Pisces and Jupiter in Taurus. And so this is where we have that meetup that I mentioned happening when we talked about Mercury just a moment ago. And so Mercury here is getting that direct connection, kind of maybe picking up some of the downloads from when Venus squared Jupiter at the full moon. If what we received before at that full moon was some sort of trickles of information, right, because of the chain of command, then now we're getting the full picture. Now we're getting the full like vision, right? And so Mercury here, again, in detriment and in fall, really activating those creative, poetic energies, that sort of musical, like imaginative way of seeing the world. Meeting with Jupiter in this way, being ruled by Jupiter while Jupiter's in Taurus, does provide some grounding, right? Jupiter in Taurus can add a little stability to what Mercury is sort of swimming through at this time. And so that can help us get a little practical about it. At the same time, Jupiter is expanding whatever Mercury is thinking about. So that might be that we are, again, imagining what we're going to do moving forward, imagining how we're going to communicate what it is that we're feeling and what it is that's changing within us. Jupiter then giving us a lot of ideas or amplifying this communication in some way or this imaginative process. It might have us more in our feelings if what Mercury and Pisces is bringing up for us is about some of the romanticization of the past and what we're letting go of. And Jupiter might say, oh yeah, let's like think some more about that. So there are a few ways this can go. Ultimately, though, there is like a bigger sense of self, and Jupiter might be able to impart a sense of faith or trust into Mercury, while Mercury might be anxious and doubtful about what's possible now because there's so many pieces, and how will this impact all of these people? And what if, right? And so Jupiter might say, hey, baby, you got to take a breath, ground in your body, and you got to just believe that you got this. You got to believe that something is possible. You got to believe that something good can happen from this. You got to trust, right? So that might be some of what we experience here. And that faith might be critical or might be a gift to us because this is also the day that Venus in Aquarius makes a sextile to the North Node in Aries at 16 degrees. And by the same motion also makes a trine to the South Node that it's ruling. So Venus can see the South Node, is able to, again, create a sense of release, kind of give the permission or like rationalize that it's time for the release. Venus in Aquarius is thinking about those broader structures that we operate within, is thinking about how did these ideas become like a schema that I now live within? And so what is it time for me to let go of in this moment? And so Venus, again, ruling Jupiter, who's ruling Mercury, might be kind of giving us that sense of trust that Mercury doesn't have on its own because it can't see anything else that's happening except for Jupiter, right? Again, Mercury can't see Venus. So Mercury's like, I don't know, I feel this way, and who's gonna help me? What? And so Venus checking in with that South Node and getting a sense of that North Node is like, don't worry, I got this. Like, don't worry, I'm letting this thing go for this reason. It's to clear things out. Jupiter's like, hey, baby, I heard from Venus. She says to trust, okay? We got this. On Friday the 1st, we have the sun come through and make that same sextile to Jupiter that Mercury just made the day before. And so this is us then really stepping into seeing and like living and being that sense of faith that Jupiter brings us. The sun moving into that place of Jupiter saying, okay, now come ground, come take a deep breath, come get a sense of what's going on and integrate what it is that we are kind of communicating to you, integrate what opportunities this might open up for you, integrate what sense of belief you have right now that's going to move you through this. On the same day, we have Venus in Aquarius make a sextile to Chiron in Aries at 17 degrees. So we've just started that separation between Chiron and the North Node. So Venus now coming through and maybe bringing a balm to that North Node, to that Chiron space, bringing a balm to that sense of woundedness that has been really brought to our attention in the days prior at the beginning of Pisces season in that conjunction to the North Node. And so Venus might be saying, here's what I'm doing to address these wounds. Here's what I'm doing to bring resources to this space. So fret not, little one. I am updating the framework. I'm updating kind of the ideology that we live within. And this is how this is bringing you nourishment now. This theme of kind of separating, letting go, releasing continues with the third quarter moon in Sagittarius at 13 degrees that takes place on Sunday the 3rd. I say that because this is also the day that Venus in Aquarius makes a square to Uranus in Taurus at 19 degrees. And Venus in Aquarius is ruling both Uranus and Jupiter. And Jupiter is ruling this third quarter moon in Sagittarius. Ha ha ha, darling. everything I said about Venus making that square to Jupiter days ago is true about Venus making the square to Uranus now. So this series of squares also began with the Venus transit through Leo. The first square to Uranus taking place while Venus and Uranus were both direct. The second square taking place while Venus was retrograde and Uranus was still direct. And the third square happening when Venus was direct and Uranus was retrograde. Yeah, okay. So those series of squares also antagonized Venus in Leo, who was already hot and dried out. And whatever Jupiter was making bigger with Venus, Uranus may have been coming through with a surprise, a consequence, a penalty, a bonus. You tell me. Don't know how this played out in your chart, but there was definitely some kind of maybe like the other shoe falling kind of vibe happening. So Venus now making these squares from the opposite sign of Aquarius, and also wrapping up that story because Venus will meet Uranus in Taurus shortly after meeting Jupiter in Taurus. So she's wrapping up this business with both of these planets now. And so that also has us potentially severing ties with something. Usually we save that language for Mars, but again, Venus is quite detached in Aquarius. Venus is zoomed out and very objective. And so Venus, whatever we're feeling with Mercury and Pisces, Venus may be really determined and decided at this point about it's time for that to go. There's no place for that anymore. I've made my judgment and I'm sticking to it. This is final. And I just tried the South Node, so I know it's time. And maybe I'm not surprised at this Uranus square to see this thing go, because I already kind of planned for it. Or maybe it's coming about in a surprising way. Maybe we made that peace with what we're letting go of, and yet it happens faster than we expected, or it unfolds in a way that we didn't anticipate. And that third quarter moon then, again, being ruled by Jupiter, who's being ruled by Venus, who's hanging out with Uranus, right? That third quarter moon may have us saying, oh, yeah, you know, as the light is waning now from the moon and I prepare for the new moon cycle in Pisces, which is the final new moon of winter, I can see kind of big picture philosophically, Sagittarius, what this has to do with the narrative I'm a part of, how this plays a part in the culture I'm a part of, what this means about the meaning I make about the world that I live in and how I move through it. Now let's keep in mind, we'll talk more about this at the third quarter moon video itself, but Venus and Aquarius will be sextiled by the moon as it moves through Sagittarius. And so the moon will see Venus, right? The moon will absolutely be like, all right, cool, I got your orders. And so this may be facilitated with ease. There may be, even there, if there is a surprise element to it, it might be kind of easy to step out of it or to see it fall away from us. On Monday the 4th, we have Mercury in Pisces making a sextile to Uranus in Taurus at 19 degrees. This is another place where even though Venus and Mercury can't see each other right now, Mercury is picking up some of the little breadcrumbs that Venus is leaving behind. So Mercury is kind of easing into a conversation with Uranus that Venus kind of left abruptly, or where they collided surprisingly, or in a contradictory or challenging way, right? So Mercury comes through and kind of picks up again those little clues and goes, oh, this is what's opening up for me. Maybe some of that sense of faith grows stronger. Maybe there are surprising ideas or opportunities or like connections, messages that we receive that maybe seem like they come out of nowhere, but are kind of easily helping us make sense of things at this time. And we're starting to get an understanding, perhaps, hopefully, through these connections of what Venus is experiencing in Aquarius that Mercury can start to make sense of. This is the same day that Mars comes through in Aquarius and makes the same sextile to the North Node that Venus made just days before. And this is where Mars is also then trine the south node, and Mars is ruling the north node. So where Venus was trine the south node before and kind of giving the okay to like jettison some things, Mars then gets to kind of see what is in the south node and then strategize toward how to get closer to the north node. So we have these dual processes happening within days of each other, and we can see more of the impact of what that conjunction between Venus and Mars is allowing us to tackle now at this time. We get little pieces of it in different places. Venus takes a piece and then Mars takes a piece. We let go through the south node and then we take on a little more through the north node. And on Wednesday the 6th is when we have Mars and Aquarius make a sextile to Chiron in Aries at 17 degrees, which is, of course, also ruling. And so there is an additional balm quality, but where Venus made that sextile, it was a little more reassuring about like, don't worry, Chiron, I have kind of parted ways with some of the things that were contributing to you feeling this way. And Mars might say, hey, Chiron, here's a new thing that we can tackle now that Venus cleared out some of that stuff. Mars is going to be that drive and that assertiveness that comes through and says, hey, here's some like new zest for life that you have now that you have kind of cleared this hurdle of the North Node conjunction. On Friday the 8th, we have Mercury make a conjunction to Neptune in Pisces at 27 degrees. This might be a day where we don't accomplish a whole lot in the tangible realm. For those of us who are psychically sensitive, we might be overwhelmed on this day because our boundaries are going to be porous, okay? We're going to be, we've already been, first of all, in an emotional place with Pisces housing Mercury for this time. We've already been kind of moving between the past and the future and like maybe checking in on the present, but kind of being lost on the spectrum of time. We've been in our memories, we've been in our feelings. And so we've already been a bit porous to things, right? We don't have those boundaries around time and our emotions necessarily. And so we've already been in that place. Neptune's going to make that even more pervasive. Neptune's going to strip away whatever few boundaries remain for Mercury at this time, and we're going to be fully exposed to not only everything we feel ourselves, but like everything that everyone's feeling around us. We may want to be careful about what energy we enter or bring into our sphere on this day. We might want to set some physical boundaries to ensure that what impacts us psychically and emotionally is, you know, pure to our standards, if that makes sense. At the same time, this might be a time where we are deeply creative. We might really transcend the tangible and drift off into the heavens, as it were, and kind of pick up on some big picture compassion, some big picture visions of what's possible for us. And so we kind of have to leave Earth in order to zoom out and like head into space and download some intergalactic material, right? We might feel really spiritual, really connected to whatever God looks like for us, whether that's a traditional God or several gods or creator or universe. However you conceptualize that, you may be very interested in being able to float off into those concepts and those ideas and what they mean to you. On Saturday the 9th, we have Mars and Aquarius make the square to Uranus and Taurus at 19 degrees. Now, this might have us acting in very unpredictable ways, is I think the most neutral way to say that. We could very well see a rise in our tempers. We might try to over-rationalize or justify rationalizing something that is meant to be sensual or experiential. We might find ourselves butting up against things that are taking time, thinking about Taurus, and that sense of like pacing oneself and taking one's time. And Mars might want to speed through that. Mars might be conflicted and might feel two ways about something, where it wants to take a rational approach, and yet it is forced to reconcile whatever is sensual that's happening. We may see this manifest as flashes of anger, acting out or lashing out, suddenly making rash decisions, cutting ties with things really fast, like before we realized it, like just snip, snip, bitch. So there are some different lenses through which we can see this energy, but ultimately it will be quick, it will be big. Okay, it may be a bit explosive in some way, or at least tense. Okay, we might be up against something that really doesn't want us to act in that way, and yet something is catalyzed because of how we both or we all are responding to this, or because of how I'm responding to myself. I find myself in a moment of just like catharsis. On the same day, we have the sun in Aquarius come through and make a sextile to Uranus at 19 degrees. So while Mars shows our drive and our motivation and our temper maybe peaking at this time, the sun shows us that our sense of self is actually able to integrate whatever Uranus represents for us there. We are able to recognize maybe what Uranus is opening up for us. This may mean that Mars is kind of operating from some old programming. If we think about this being the fixed axis, this might be Mars going about things in a way that it thinks will work, and Uranus saying, yeah, not gonna work this time, sucker. And the sun might come through and say, I get that actually. But Mars in the moment will probably be like, what? I'm going to flip this table because I'm enraged that this thing I've been doing this whole time suddenly doesn't yield the same results that it used to, or suddenly yields results I really did not expect. But the sun then comes through and says, everything else that's been going on, this kind of makes sense, actually. And Mars hasn't been into Pisces yet, right? This is the sun moving through that cazimi with Saturn and Mercury, moving through that sextile to Jupiter. And so the sun has a better idea of like what's going on in real time, whereas Mars is hanging a sign past, or a sign previous rather, and kind of still moving through what the sun has already made sense of. So this is where we see like, some old like triggers being activated. Again, I thought I could do this way. I've been doing this way habitually, and somehow it didn't work this time, or the results were different, and my instincts don't know how to respond to that rationally. And the sun is like, well, I'm like the person here in real time, in the present. I've checked in with Mercury and Saturn. I know what the plan is. So like I'm up to speed on what's happening in the long term. And therefore I'm able to, as a person, kind of make sense of what's going on. We want to be careful because this is also the day that Mercury moves into Aries. So we know Mars is ruling Aries. We know Mercury is how we communicate and how we think. We might be poised to react in some strong way. We might say things we don't mean. We may say them in a mean way. We may say them in a way that we didn't intend. We may say them before we were ready. We may say them in a way that feels really harsh and like final, that might initiate something we didn't mean to set into motion. So we're going to hopefully kind of take a step back from, or temper in whatever way we can, kind of the immediacy of what we feel, and allow that kind of sense of self to kick in and say, oh, but I get it. Oh, but when I think about the person I'm becoming, I understand why the person I've been isn't accomplishing that the way that they used to because I'm not them anymore. But I'm still acting from the place of the past in some ways because knowing things and like practicing them are completely different functions, aren't they? And we're just humans. Like we can't do it all at once immediately. It takes time. It takes time. Maybe when Mars moves through Pisces and enters that mutable stage of wrapping things up, it will let go of some of those habits. But for now, we're still in that fixed place of rationally thinking, this is what I've been doing. Why isn't it working? Sunday, the 10th, brings us our spring forward time change, as well as our final new moon of winter in Pisces at 20 degrees. This is also the day that Mercury, newly in Aries, makes a sextile to Pluto in Aquarius at 1 degree. So this is really a big time of reset. This is, again, the last new moon of the season of winter before we enter spring. This is a sun and moon that have both moved through Mercury and Saturn and now have some sort of big picture vision about what it is we're trying to build toward or build into with Saturn and Pisces. And so we might be able to zoom out at this time and set some really spiritual, poetic, creative, imaginative, emotional intentions about what we want to see grow here, how we want to, who we want to be as Saturn helps us build this thing, how we want to experience things, right? I'm thinking about sun and moon ideas as they merge, how we are renewing this cycle within us and what is to become in this space moving forward. With Mercury making a sextile to Pluto, we have a deeper sense of integration and understanding. Mercury tapping into that Pluto space and, we've seen the planets move through the conjunction to Pluto. So now as they make the sextile from Aries, we'll start to see those Plutonian influences start to move into those other parts of our charts. So whatever started with those conjunctions in Aquarius, we're now seeing spread into the Aries part of our charts. There's a deepening of understanding. There's a deepening of what power we have in this moment and how we conceptualize power and how we think about how we use it and how we can empower our minds and our ideas at this time. So there's a sharpening of our minds, which is kind of a beautiful balance to the softening of what's happening with the new moon in Pisces. As we are bringing compassion in and we are bringing imagination in, we're also grounding that through our mental faculties, deepening. On the 11th, we have Venus making its way into Pisces, which is its sign of exaltation. So Venus loves to be in Pisces. Venus gets to tap into the creative, imaginative powers of Pisces. Venus is in the home of the other benefic, Jupiter. And so Venus gets to really flourish and float about all of this potential, right? All of this kind of dream about what we want to experience. This may be a time where we continue to romanticize things, right? That's a very big Pisces theme, especially with personal planets moving through it. We might have rose-colored glasses on, which honestly might be nice right now, okay? I don't think they're the typical delusional rose-colored glasses that we think of when we say that phrase. Because Venus has been in Aquarius, because Venus has seen and made contact with the South Node, because Venus has connected with Chiron and the North Node, there's a sense of bringing idealism to what has felt rough, what has felt grievous or sad, everything that we've had to let go of that Mercury may have been very emotional about. Pisces embraces Venus here and says, here's what can be. Here's what these things can look and feel like moving forward. So Venus doesn't experience the same pain that Mercury does here in Pisces. Venus gets to chill. Venus gets to zoom out. Venus gets to wax poetic on all that is possible at this time. This is also Venus re-entering into mutual reception with Jupiter, and from a place where they can see each other. So we had them in mutual reception while Venus was in Sagittarius in the early winter stage, but they couldn't see each other. So it was a little sloppy. It was a little hit or miss. It was a little maybe over the top because we couldn't actually see where one was impacting the other. And so with them being able to see each other, there's a much smoother connection. There's a much smoother vibe. We don't have the squares from Aquarius that are kind of making things larger than life. We just get to be soft. We just get to ease into this flow between them now. On Saturday, the 16th, we have our first quarter moon in Gemini at 27 degrees. And this is being ruled by Mercury, who's in Aries now, right? So our full moon was probably emotional, was probably a lot. This first quarter moon now is a bit sharper, a bit faster, a bit quicker, a bit more probably excited to jump in the mix. It's also a first quarter moon, so it knows that it's ramping up to something. It's ready to ask those questions, to collect that information. Mercury in Aries has just met with Pluto in Aquarius. So we've, again, integrated something. And from that place of integration, Mercury is now ready to ask new questions, to do deeper research, to feel empowered to initiate new queries. And so this first quarter moon might have us kind of ravenous for data in some way. Maybe we're very curious and some new idea is compelling us to take in a lot of options. Whatever we're building up to in the Libra full moon, once we move into Aries season soon, is going to be whatever this first quarter moon wants to build up to. Now let's remember that that full moon's gonna be an eclipse. So hold on to that for a moment. So it's also with the South Node, which is why it's an eclipse. So it means that it's illuminating the, again, like the release side of things. It's illuminating the past part of things on multiple levels. So this first quarter moon might be like, ooh, we're really ramping up for spring. It's about to be Aries season. We're really like preparing for a big eclipse. And I'm not going to see it, right? Like when there's an eclipse, we don't know what is coming in or what is leaving. Okay, so Mercury might be trying to collect data now. Mercury's like, let me get as much as I can in here because I'm not going to be able to see what's incoming at this full moon, or maybe more of what's leaving at this full moon. So I got to collect things now so that I can make sense of it. We'll talk more about that at that first quarter moon video. On Sunday, the 17th, we have the sun move into the conjunction with Neptune. This is also a day where our boundaries will be very effusive, if existent at all. This may be where our physical bodies are more open to things in our environment. So we may want to just take whatever precautions we need to protect our like bodily boundaries, if you will. But this will be perhaps an integration of whatever Mercury discovered or explored here in this conjunction. This will be a making sense of how this impacts our sense of self. So this is us kind of getting clear on, oh yeah, Mercury moved through here and was kind of like a little drunk, right? A little like lost in the sauce. So the sun may also be getting clarity as well, because the sun is not in detriment here the way that Mercury is. And so the sun may actually start to make sense of things and say, oh, I see what that's leading me toward. Okay, cool. On Monday, the 18th, we have our final aspect of Pisces season. And this is when Mercury in Aries makes a conjunction to the North Node. Okay, so this is a big note to end winter on, right? Our mind is the key to really thinking about and integrating the ideas that the North Node is bringing to us, right? So this is another point of instability The North Node's not a planet. It's not providing any grounding or instructions in any way. But Mercury is the interpreter, the translator. And so Mercury in Aries is able to say, oh, cool. Getting a weird download. It's new, but I'm receiving some new information in my mind, in my headspace, in my framework. And so this may see us, again, North Node bringing us a choice to some degree, see us saying, oh, this is what this is activating within me and trying to compel me to talk about and think about. So some more of those upgrades in the sense of, future me is trying to get me to think and act in this way, to think and talk and conceptualize in this manner. It's up to me to choose how I'm going to download this and how I'm going to integrate this and what I'm going to do with it moving forward. But I've gotten some guidance. It's like there's no manual from the North Node, but Mercury would be the one to write the manual anyway. So this might be Mercury's moment of, aha, got some words for what's going on here. I've got some ideas about what the F is happening in this space. Nailing it, gonna write them down now. Okay, so we've covered all of the highlights of the transits taking place during Pisces season. Stay tuned. We're going to switch gears and head over to the tarot. We're going to take a look at the strength card as well as the moon card and get an understanding about what the moon is obfuscating for us at this time, what the moon is getting us to like slow down and examine within us. Feels very connected to the Saturn conjunction that everything is going to make while in Pisces. So we'll get a sense of how that is playing into the themes of strength and instincts that we are exploring this year. So stick around.
Okay, let's dive into our tarot themes for Pisces season. So you likely already know that we are in a strength year. We are working with strength energies. And when we talk about that, we are looking at some of those dual processes that happen within us and that tend to happen rather automatically. And these connections are between kind of our intellect and our instinctual functions. And so we are bringing our attention or having our attention brought to where within us these intellectual, instinctual conversations are misaligned, are out of sync, are leading us away from what is truly desired, complicating our journey. And we are hopefully finding ways, finding clues toward reconciling those misalignments, getting things back in order. I just thought about like the teeth in a zipper. We're kind of like making that so that that process runs smoothly. So in Pisces season, we're looking at the moon. And we think of the moon as this very mysterious, kind of creepy space. There's creatures here that we don't necessarily want to encounter. Nobody's really eager to like be consumed by this fog. We're not sure what lives in here, and this may be a space that we tend to resist. We can absolutely see how that would play into some card themes about our instincts, about how we intellectualize things and how we rationalize things and how that engages with our more compulsive, reactive parts of us. We often don't want to look at some of the more compulsive or reactive parts of us. We don't necessarily want to confront why those are happening or even necessarily acknowledge that we might be wrong. And let's find other ways to phrase that, because I think wrong and right is very black and white. So we don't want to maybe acknowledge that they are reactions or that they are compulsions, right? We may not really be in a space where we want to examine why those are designed that way. We might not really be comfortable with kind of breaking that down, because when we do, we'll find something within there that needs our attention. That's not to say that it's like bad or good, but it is something that has, you know, kind of imprinted us that we're not aware of. And if we want to be fully conscious of these strength functions that we're engaging in, we do need to become conscious of what's going on. We talked a lot about that in the Chariot year, and the Chariot was another dual process that we are kind of in a theme with in this part of the tarot, right? The Lovers is that way, Chariot is that way, Strength is that way. So we are definitely in that place of understanding how what we know about ourselves is engaging with what we don't know about ourselves. Okay, so the moon is this invitation to slow down. The moon is an invitation to question why we think something is the way that it is, in terms of kind of what we think we fear and hear. I often think about the artist Yumi Sakugawa when I talk about the moon and the journey that we go on in embracing the moon, when she talks about inviting our demons to tea. We are often afraid to examine what's happening in here because we are scared of how things look to us. The more scared of something we are in our minds, the more our imagination falls in line and amplifies that fear, makes it feel scarier. And really what's happening is that something within us that we're not aware of is calling out to us to be made known to us. And if we can go slow in this space, if we can be open to what this information is trying to reveal to us, we can actually start to make those things less scary. They just want to be known. And the reason we are afraid of them is because we don't yet know them. Okay, so this is absolutely showing us what sort of instinctual misalignments exist within us. They just want to be found, right? They don't want to destroy our lives. They don't want to sabotage us. They just don't know how else to act, okay? And the first way to reconcile that outstanding issue is to know it. It's like the first step is acknowledging we have a problem. Okay, so we just need to meet the problem. We just need to meet the thing that is currently not yet part of us, and reconciled and made peace with and revised or reframed for us or reformatted. And that's what we're going to be doing here in this season. Okay, so we can definitely see the overlap with a lot of the transits. We talked about like the Mars-Uranus engagement and everything else squaring Uranus, and then the other sextiles happening to Uranus, where we're sort of being called to recognize maybe what is still patterned within us that is unconscious, so that we can bring it to the surface and say, I got it. I get why this isn't working. I understand now why I'm butting heads or running into the wall. Okay, and that's a Pisces song for you. So let's go ahead and pull cards for each sign. Tune in for your sun, moon, rising. They are written for rising signs, but take what resonates with you and leave behind whatever isn't part of your story at this time. We'll also be rolling our dice to get a sense of what's going on that we can't see here, and we'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what's beneath this time. Okay, see you there. Okay, Pisces, let's go ahead and dive into your forecast. So, as I stated before, these are written for rising signs. Feel free to tune in for your sun, moon, Venus, Mercury, whatever feels right here for you. It's your season. Do you? Okay. So as we move through Pisces season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, and eventually Venus hanging out in your first house of self and how you move through the world. We have the North Node and Chiron, and eventually Mercury hanging out in your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have Jupiter and Uranus hanging out in your third house of my mind, my peers, my siblings, my immediate environment, my neighborhood. how I communicate. We'll see the first quarter moon in Gemini happening in your 4th house of home, origin story, family, emotional body. We have the full moon in Virgo taking place in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships with a friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. We see the South Node in Libra in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my ancestors. We have the 3rd quarter moon in Sagittarius in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. And lastly, we see Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your 12th house of karma, endings, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, the tree falls in the woods and no one else is there to hear it. Was it just me? Okay, we're going to take a look at the bottom of the deck to see what kind of themes are kind of in the foundation of what's going on this season. And at the end, we'll roll our dice to get a sense of what we haven't found out yet, or what's really important. I have some prompts for us this Pisces season. We'll be looking at a part of me that has evolved. We're already like 3 months into this strength year, almost. Time is a construct, but time is wild. So we've certainly already evolved, right? The square to the nodes, the squares to Uranus, all at the first 2 new moons of this year have absolutely forced us onto unknown pathways. Okay, so a part of me that has evolved, and then a part of me that is catching up, right? We talked about the squares to Uranus that are to come, and all of the kind of Pluto vibes that we are tapping into as well. And so there's some part of us that is still waking up to what's going on. How I can ease this process and assign this evolution is unfolding unblocked, okay? I'm thinking about that Mercury North Node conjunction in terms of Mercury kind of being like, the green light, okay, I see, I can write the plan out now. All right, so let's do it. Who's at the bottom? It's the 6 of Wands. Okay, cute. It's a fun vibe for you. It is your season after all. I hope you are doing some celebrating, right? And maybe that's more if you're a Pisces sun, like I am, but also, you know, the sun crossing into your first house is a celebration in itself. You have awakened from like your kind of winter period, right? And you're now getting a sense of who you are. You're getting a sense of who you are in this new cycle. What did you shed as the sun moved through your 12th house in Aquarius season? And what has that prepared you for or freed up for you to now be as the sun and these planets move through your first house? All right, so we're celebrating. We are maybe being celebrated. Again, if it's your solar return season. We are getting kind of attention or praise for something that we've been working on, accomplishing. We are bringing attention to something that we are ready to share with others. Okay, so let's get a sense of what's connecting to this narrative. So, a part of me that has evolved. We've been seeing this show up in our moon phase videos, and so we've definitely talked about that kind of reframing of like, oh, is this what I wanted? I had this whole picture, especially for a Pisces. It's very easy to create a vision of what we think we want and to say, is that really what I want? Have I been buying into a vision that belongs to someone else? Again, sort of some of the boundarylessness of Pisces is like, someone else is like carrying this thing, and maybe me too. I'm gonna maybe try that on and see if that's something I like. Okay, so a part of me that has evolved is, let's look at the different layers of this. One might be, I recognized that what I thought I wanted, I didn't. And I've evolved, I've accepted that. That can be very disappointing for Pisces people to kind of realize like, oh, this is not my, you know, what I said about the Four of Wands in our main video is like, this is not my beautiful house, right? The Talking Heads reference. And so like there might be some part of us Pisces of like, you know, I thought things were a certain way. I thought I wanted them a certain way. And it turns out I'm kind of evolving out of what this vision looks like. Maybe you have evolved into this place of being. Maybe you're like, oh, a part of me that has evolved is the recognition that I am at a place of culmination with things. Okay, maybe some of that comes through at that like Saturn Mercury cazimi that happens in your first house. Saturn's been there for the past almost year, right? We'll reach that milestone in March. So Saturn's been in your first house, kind of slowing you down, maybe like separating you from things you thought you wanted, really like kind of putting that weight on you. You know, I talked about that weight in the transit portion. When Saturn comes to visit, things get heavy, things get slow. So Saturn's been kind of like pulling you back a bit and saying like, what are you moving toward right now? And like, is that really what you want to be moving toward? Let me make sure that you're sure about that. And so perhaps in this season you recognize, this is what I've been building up to, or like I'm starting to recognize that culmination point. Okay, maybe what's evolved is the not knowing what we want here. Maybe we've been in a reversal with this 10 of Pentacles, and we've been reframing what that looks like for us already. So if this is not a state we're reaching this season, this might be a state we've been in prior to now, and we're now kind of like, oh, you know, I'm getting a sense. What's evolved in me is maybe thinking about what my inner resourcing looks like. Maybe I've been tending more to my inner self with Saturn in my first house, slowing me down and putting me out less in the tangible realm, making me kind of bring my attention inward. That's a very like moon vibe. And so maybe I've been tending to my inner resources. Okay, so let me know which Pisces you are in this narrative. Maybe you're more than one. Shocking. Maybe you've been tending to your inner resources, and that's also helping you reframe what you want outside of yourself. Lovely. A part of me that is catching up. Oh, totes. Okay, totes my goats. Yeah. So Saturn in your first house has been slowing you down and maybe making you feel like, oh, I don't have as much to give right now. I need to be really guarded with my energy, with my resources, with my sense of self in the world. I don't have a lot, right? This really gives me the feeling of like, here's the vision board and here's my bank account. Okay, so like the vision is clear and it's beautiful and it's abundant. Currently I have about $50 in disposable income. Everything else is spoken for, okay, right? And like, maybe we don't even as someone finishing grad school, I certainly don't have any disposable income, okay? And yet life keeps on lifing. So like this might be a really real, this feels so real. The part of me that's evolved is, I know what I want now, universe. And the part that's still evolving is, how am I gonna pay for it? Like in this economy and like in this world, and like how is it possible to have what I want, right? Like the world is on fire. I mean, it has been for all of us Pisces for a long time, because we can't help but be tapped into the world while everyone else is kind of like business as usual. But we're all now aware of like just all of the things that are happening around us. And so it's very real for this to be a vibe. Can I even, like, I know what I want. Can I even have it in this world? Might be a big Four of Pentacles vibe. This might be the part of me that is evolving is like, the part of me, or the part that's like catching up is like, I have to keep spending for what, you know, it's like I'm trying to save up for this, but I also have to keep spending everything I have on maintaining what I have in this moment. It's like, how can I even start to make this journey toward what I want when it's costing me everything in this moment to just live in survival mode? Okay. This could be real. Again, 2024 is a dumpster fire. This could be perceived. This could be a sense of lack. This could be a sense of deserving. Do I even, like, do I deserve to have this thing? Given, you know, however I perceive my sense of having in the present moment is. It could be some of both, right? Because this is a multifaceted world we live in. So this part is catching up, okay? How I can ease this process. A little bit of fire energy. Yeah, okay. So this is absolutely a card of like hope, right? This is a card about endurance. This is a card about, if you've heard me talk about this card, it's like, this is the road of life, right? And here we are just making our way along. We've come so far. Lincoln Park is in my head right now. I have a Pisces Mercury, so I'm just connected to the whole ether at all times. So we've come so far and got whatever. But we have made it this far into the journey, right? And we still have this far to go, though, right? The Nine of Wands is sometimes mistakenly or like naively said to be about like, you're almost there. And yet when we get to the Ten of Wands, the there is an infinite, right? It's indefinite. There is no destination. We're the only ones carrying it. So for it to go on, we have to keep going on. So in the 9, it's really about, what do I need to keep enduring this journey? Okay. If you've heard me talk about this, I have said like, I'm on the road trip and what kind of snacks do I need? Now this is like a fire sign, right? This is like a fire card. This is not Pentacles, and like snacks feel like a very Pentacles thing. But that also means like what kind of other doodads, games, toys, enrichment do I need to invest in to help me keep going? Okay, so how we can ease this process so far is, maybe it feels like it's a long jump from here to here, which it is, all right? No one's denying that. That's super real. And this part is catching up with the part that's already envisioned, or the part that is like, I don't know, maybe it's already possible. Maybe it exists in real time and we're like, oh my God, I have to like rush to gather everything I have to make this possible as soon as I can. Okay, knowing that this is like gonna take some time, we need to figure out what enrichment we need to help ease the long haul that we're on. A sign that this evolution is unfolding unblocked. More wands. Okay, so I like that we've shifted from pentacles to wands, because the sign is not going to be, okay, I have enough pentacles now, right? The sign of the evolution is not going to be feeling secure in a specific quantity of something, right? Which feels very life in general. Sometimes we have to kind of leap into things without having every penny saved, or without having every plan eked out, right? Without having every base covered. So this Knight of Wands is saying, when we feel ready to start sharing about this thing, maybe, especially if this is like a vision, right? And this is something that we share with people. This is not just something that we have for ourselves. That's the 9 of Pentacles. So this does involve other people. This could be a sense of community that we're trying to build. I see you, Pisces rising, with a Capricorn 11th house, okay? I'm trying to build like something real and tangible for my friends and community to thrive, okay? So like, this is something that we share with other people. So when we feel ready and impassioned to bring this out in some way, to communicate this in some way, to, I mean, like, this is, you know, literally like I'm hopping into the hot air balloon to take off into the sky. Like, everyone's going to see me when I'm in the hot air balloon. That's the point, right? Like, we are sightseeing and taking this thing out here. This 8 wands around this hot air balloon signifies some of the impulsiveness with which we may be ready to lift off. or the speed with which things may unfold once we reach this state. But once we are in a place where the passion of this, the idea of this, the concept of this is ready to be put into the world in some way, that's how we'll know that things are unfolding without any roadblocks. Like, that will help us get an understanding that we've fulfilled some of this need and softened some of this current patterning or just what's the word that I want? I thought of patterning as like a subconscious thing, but it could also apply to like patterning in the world outside of us, right? Things that we keep running into or encountering that keep us in this place. Okay. And let's come back and think about this reverse as well. Like, how I can ease this process is maybe where I'm kind of resisting being on this long haul. Where am I shutting down? Where am I kind of refusing to accept that this is a long haul journey? Where am I currently within a journey like this within myself, right? Maybe, I mean, it's Wands, so it could be very spiritual and very inner realm. But easing this by getting clear on kind of where we're out of touch with this, where we are questioning what it would take for us to be on this long haul journey. Okay. And so something we might be celebrating is this vision, or is this reframing of this vision, is this inner resourcing. Something we may be celebrating is reaching this place of being ready to share this thing in a really big way. Let's roll these and see what we got. But I certainly get where the Four of Pentacles is living within this moon space for us. We need to kind of get clear on what feels tight for us right now. Is that genuine? Is that fear-based? What is that fear tied to? Can we slow down and kind of invite these snakes to share with us what's going on in this realm? Okay, so we're looking at the North Node. Yeah, I was definitely thinking about Mercury moving into Aries and eventually meeting the North Node at the end of the season, which it was kind of the inspiration or some of the intention behind this last prompt, a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. And so, yeah, that second house North Node is certainly bringing about stories about how you earn. Perhaps that's a big narrative through in the like Chiron North Node conjunction that we experience right at the top of Pisces season, and that we continue to feel the effect of for the next few weeks. It might be that there's a big story about like, I tried to make something happen once. I tried to like go after my vision. I tried this long haul journey and I didn't have what it took. I ran out of steam. I ran out of snacks. I ran out of enrichment. I ran out of gas. I couldn't keep going. It's Aries too. So it's like I started it, but I couldn't finish it. Or I led, but no one followed. Okay, and so we're definitely looking at that story and seeing how it influences this narrative here. We have Capricorn, again, that 11th house I just talked about, where you want to build something tangible for your communities. You want to be that source of nurturance and structure for your communities. So thinking about, let that maybe like inspire this Knight of Wands vibe, right? The 11th house is also kind of a house of YOLO. And so there might be like a why not? Like, let me just start sharing this. Let me just start talking about this with people, and maybe that helps motivate me to stay on the road, right? 5, your 5th house is Cancer, which is where you self-express, which is where you offer like your kind of love and affection, as well as where you experience play and joy. All of the moon phases rule that house. So thinking about that being kind of opposite what we just said about Capricorn, maybe there's a lot in this season for you as the lunation phases unfold, right? The full moon in Virgo in your 7th house ruling your 5th house may bring you some thoughts or news about who you want to be sharing this with and what joy looks like there. Perhaps it inspires self-expression from the 5th house that then gets fed into this 11th house of friends and community. Yeah, that seems like a really chill manifestation of that energy. And maybe you're being asked to focus on those spaces in order to kind of tap into this place of ease, being able to reroute some of what this looks like for you. All right, Pisces, happy season to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We'll meet here to talk about Aries season next and see what's going on with that Chiron North Node story after this conjunction as the planets move through there. And so I hope to see you there. Welcome, Aries, to your Pisces season forecast. As we look at Pisces season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, hanging out with Saturn and Neptune, and eventually Venus, all in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, isolation versus solitude. Okay, we have the North Node and Chiron and eventually Mercury in your first house of self and how you move through the world. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We see the first quarter moon in Gemini in your third house of peers, the mind, communication, siblings, immediate environment, and neighborhood. We have the full moon in your sixth house of time, routine, health, and the body. We see the South Node moving through your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business. The third quarter moon takes place in your ninth house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, higher education, how we make meaning of the world. And we see Venus, Mars, and Pluto in your 11th house of friends and communities, hopes and dreams for the future, and also grandchildren. Okay, we are going to pull for some prompts today. We'll be asking about a part of me that has evolved and a part of me that is catching up, how I can ease this process, and a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Okay, look at the bottom of the deck to see what kind of themes lie beneath the surface of this time, and we'll roll our handy dandy dice to see anything else we need to know, or like anything that is particularly significant or important. So let's go ahead and do it. Okay, some kind of like intellectual mastery this time. Maybe we're reframing some of the intellectual rational aspects of the Strength card and what that represents for us at this time. We are maybe like finalizing some sort of educational journey, right? Are you like graduating or working? Are you like enrolling to get a master's? Are you teaching, right? A king is someone who's also like externalizing. So are you organizing information for others? Are you archiving something for others in some way? Let's see what kind of themes show up here. This may simply be, I'm becoming the master of my mind. Perhaps we see that in the first quarter moon in the third house, as well as the third quarter moon in the ninth house. What am I taking in more information around in terms of my local environments, my siblings, my peers, my mind, what's growing there? And then what am I releasing in that ninth house of how I make meaning in the world? And what is that helping me kind of master in my own mind? Okay, let's see what else we got here to see how this all ties together. A part of me that has evolved, the Seven of Wands. Okay, Aries, this is kind of big for you. This feels very like I'm learning to temper myself, my drive, my energy. This is also maybe like I have learned to defend myself. So let's look at some of the different ways this Seven of Wands can unfold. There's a side that's like, I have needed to fight people off for a long time, and I have struggled to know how. As an Aries rising, where is your Mars? If it's in Aries, that might mean you're super freaking assertive and like maybe a steamroller sometimes. Maybe you blow through conflict and you like blow it out of proportion. That's an Aries in domicile in the first house. And that's not to say like that's a bad thing, right? Mars clearly rules that space and is very at home in that space, but that also means that Mars can kind of fly off the handle without being checked. So perhaps there's like a combativeness that we've tempered or figured out how to use productively without burning everything down. If your Mars is somewhere in a weaker position, like in detriment in Taurus or in fall in Cancer, then maybe this is a story about I've had to defend myself before, or I've been called to defend myself before, but I haven't really known how. I'm not allowed to defend myself because I was raised in a space where that wasn't something that was made accessible to me. I defend myself, but nobody respects me or listens to me. If your Mars is somewhere else, if your Mars is engaged in difficult or confusing aspects, maybe your Mars talks to Neptune, for example. Okay, maybe your Mars has a lot of squares. Then maybe there's been a lot of questions about what does this look like? What do I defend? When do I do so? When am I allowed to? When am I not allowed to? Is that my rule or is that someone else's rule, right? Especially as we see the North Node moving through this house and affirming certain parts of how you move through the world to yourself. But the South Node moves through your 7th house and is pulling you away from ways you've maybe not recognized you impact your one-on-one relationships by doing so. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Part of me that is catching up. Page of Pentacles. Okay. So maybe the part of us that has evolved is learning again, like what to defend within ourselves or around ourselves, what we've learned, like how we've learned to defend ourselves in a more helpful or sustainable way. And what's catching up is, okay, so then now what? Like, what do I do from here? Because I've been spending so much time in defensive mode. However, like healthily or unhealthily, I've spent so much time having to fend things off or learn how to that I haven't really had much chance to like stop and grow anything. I haven't really had much chance to like pay attention to the resources that I have because I'm in like fight or flight or freeze or fawn, or I'm like burning everything down. And so like there's no soil that's healthy enough to grow things. Okay. Maybe we don't even know what we want to grow. I'm so in this place of battling things off and having to defend and protect that I am not really even sure what resources I want to be able to create. Maybe I've been fighting off something that I don't want to be or I don't want to become. And so that has had me in a headspace of thinking about what I don't want and not really thinking about what I do want. And that's a really interesting headspace that maybe a lot of us have cultivated consciously, unconsciously, right? When we talk about the Chiron North Node conjunction and we talk about that being a baby, like all of this sort of just happens within us without us recognizing it or realizing that it did happen. So we might not even realize that we have this attitude of, oh, I think about things in terms of like what I didn't want and what I didn't like. And I'm always looking at things from that perspective, which is critical, right? It's not inviting. If I think about what I actually do want, right? If I go from I don't like that to what could be better? If I flip from I didn't want that to what could I want next time that would be more for me? That's a subtle shift, but it contains a completely different energy. Maybe we are catching up on like I've been talking a big game. Maybe I've been like, yeah, this is what I'm about. And now the part of me that's catching up is, oh, what do I have to prove for it? What do I have to show for it? Okay. How I can ease this process. Okay. Tapping into some of those like water houses, right? Like your 4th house, your 8th house, your 12th house. These are all these private spaces within you or that you cultivate and share with others that allow you to experience compassion, to have your feelings held, to have your, like heart tended to. And so, how you can ease this process is to focus on what sort of resources you offer to your emotional needs at this time. Are you in a state of, like, this is like also really dry, right? So, not only has it made it hard to plant things, but it's also made it really dry. So, like, well, how are your emotions doing, right? The moon, all of the phases it's going to move through this season are going to rule your 4th house. I mean, that's true for any lunation. So really all lunation phases come back to your emotional body, your home, your origin story, etc. Do you cultivate space for that process, or do you blow through it as an Aries rising? Again, like, where's your Mars? But also, like, where's your Venus? Where's your moon? Okay. What kind of rest do you take? What kind of solace do you take? How do you hold space for that for yourself? Right? Are you in a state of flux with what that needs to look like? Maybe how you can bring ease to this journey is to, let's continue this like analogy, right? Everything is hot and dry. The soil is too dry to grow anything, or I haven't even had time to plant anything. So then let's water the soil, right? If the soil has been damaged by this process, if nothing has had a chance to grow, then let's start by moistening the soil. That's what we're going to do before anything can grow, right? And that's actually like a really good gardening tip. Like we want to water the soil before we plant the thing, because the thing is going to be so tender and so sensitive, and we don't want to move or damage the thing. So we're going to wet the soil first before we put the seeds in there, or before we propagate, so that stillness can occur and that thing can actually start to unfurl. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually like able to use this in this context. This is hilarious. Okay. So, a sign that evolution is unfolding here unblocked. Okay, so we've got a major here. Yeah. And, this major also kind of shifts us from this dual process into like the next line of the tarot, right? We start off the first line of tarot sort of self-exploring, and then we move into the second line and we start to see things outside of ourselves. We start to explore larger concepts. We start to connect things to the broader world around us. So this is Libra. This feels very South Node. So what we are seeing awakened in your second house, or your first house, right, of how I move through the world, and where I'm seeing confirmation about what I haven't been able to accomplish or initiate, and what that has conditioned me to kind of show up as in my 7th house of one-on-one relationships with others. Where does that need to kind of like let go of some of that behavior, right? And this absolutely connects. However, this is us with someone else, right? This is not just us alone. So this feels very 1st house, 7th house. Not to mention it's a 7, right? So this feels very Aries 1st house, Libra 7th house. Also maybe like Capricorn 10th house, right? This is what I have in the 10th house, and so I have to fight you all off, right? So this does absolutely feel like, does some of this defensiveness or not knowing how to defend stem from or connect to, or is a catch-22 with something that needs to be severed in your 7th house? How have you been showing up with others? What needs to be released there? What is currently being released there? Like what's already been released, right? And so seeing this as a sign of how we will know that this evolution is unfolding unblocked is where we will be righting these wrongs, right? We'll be wielding this sword. Are we maybe looking back on some decisions that have been made here. Are we maybe reframing what justice even looks like for ourselves? So maybe if we haven't really been able to tap into an ability to defend ourselves in a way that feels respected or that feels heard or honored, and that has framed what we think is fair, then maybe a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked is, oh, I'm reframing what that looks like for me. Actually, that I thought that was fair or wasn't fair, and my opinions have changed. I love thinking about how that also stems from you creating more space for your emotions, doing more of that emotional nurturance for yourself. The more you give yourself softness, perhaps the more you recognize you deserve softness from others too. Maybe when we can shift out of this state of battle mode and be still, this is another thing that needs stillness. I mean, this is literally a waterfall. And so, like, to enjoy the waterfall, we need to be able to take a time out from the battle and, like, sit in the water, right? If we're just running and, like, we're in survival mode, we are not going to take time to stop for this process or this process. So if we don't know how to defend, then we also don't really feel entitled to this, right? Because no one outside of us will kind of like give us the space to do this, and then we don't know how to take it for ourselves. Okay, so we can see where justice is showing us a few different layers of what isn't fair. Whether we've told ourselves that, whether someone else has told us that, are we separating from those kinds of dynamics at this time? Is that allowing us to do this? So the more we see this unfolding, the more we recognize that this is catching up, right? And that we are nourishing this need at this time. So this makes a lot of sense for what we're mastering here. For what we are, like, we maybe are mastering our own mind in order to remain cool in the company of others or in the face of others. And that coolness helps us shift out of survival mode or like defensive mode, right? Going from this to this, like, I'm impenetrable. Only I can like wield this sword, right? So no one can even come for me up here. I'm the only one. I feel calm thinking about that for you. Like, that just seems so needed and really allowing you to feel safe. And like, this does, this is a card, like I see safety here in this Queen of Cups. Feeling emotionally safe to be myself, feeling emotionally safe with my one-on-one relationship so that I'm not in this state of fight all the time. And I can let things actually grow in a way that feels good. That's certainly a sign of mastery, and that's certainly something we see here. Do we need to go in here and make friends with these demons that are keeping us in this place of defensiveness, that are making us charge at things super hard, that are encouraging a sense of defensiveness if we feel weak in our ability to advocate for ourselves? Maybe we avoid our emotional state, and that's connected to the moon. Maybe it's easier to stay in fight mode and to stay in survival mode because to do this work would be so painful, or would remind you that no one else has allowed you to do this work, or that this has been a complicated process for you, and then you'd have to confront that that's keeping these things from growing. And like, that's all just stuff that wants to be made friends with, right? We just want to reconcile that. But it does mean taking responsibility for it, and that feels very scary, okay? Okay, so we have Uranus here in Taurus, your second house. Maybe all the squares to Uranus really bringing about that fight or flight or fawn or freeze complex that like we've shifted out of, but also now we need to shift our mindset about what's possible when we're not in this place. Okay, maybe Uranus is bringing us back into this place of, right? We talked about like Mars and Uranus, kind of bringing up the, oh, even though I've evolved, Sun sextile Uranus, and like, I know that I don't need to be that anymore. My instincts are still really vulnerable, are easily triggered, and I am still engaging in these weird dynamics that I actually need to separate from. And we see Leo, okay, your fifth house of self-expression. And that's what the sun is ruling. The sun can't see this fifth house from where it is currently, moving through your 12th house. And perhaps there's something here about self-expression that we need to look at, or that is feeling disconnected, that needs us to kind of pay more attention to it. What kind of forms of play can you engage in, maybe, while the sun's moving through your 12th house? What does that even look like for you? What kind of blockages exist that keep you from engaging in play, right? What sort of self-expression is being asked to be reframed for you? Bringing us back to the Seven of Wands. How are you expressing this wand energy? Okay. 11, thinking about your Aquarius house. This is where Venus and Mars and Pluto are hanging out. Maybe there's a sense of like tension in our friendships, I don't know, or in our communities that we need to pay attention to. Maybe we need to seek out friends at this time in order to kind of get clear on this. Again, like, where's your moon? Is your moon in a place where it needs others to kind of like help facilitate this process, right? So maybe we're turning to others in this time. Maybe this is about some friends and communities that we're a part of, and we're seeing the connection from the 7th house to the 11th house. And we're seeing that actually, like, some of what we're confronting with the South Node in the 7th house is connected to the friends. And let's think about, too, Venus in Aquarius, in your 11th house, before moving into Pisces, is ruling this South Node, your 7th house, from that 11th house. So there's another connection there. Okay. Thank you, Aries, for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. Next season's your season, so we'll be talking all about you and what you've released in the Pisces time in order to start anew as the sun crosses your ascendant. So I hope to see you then. Welcome, Taurus, to your Pisces season forecast. As we explore Pisces season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, all hanging out with Saturn and Neptune, and eventually Venus in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friends and communities, and grandchildren. We have the North Node and Chiron, eventually Mercury, all in your 12th house of endings, of karma, of what it all adds up to in the end, me and my maker, isolation versus solitude. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. We have the 1st quarter moon in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have a full moon happening in your 5th house of true love, children, joy, play, self-expression. We see the South Node hanging out in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We have a 3rd quarter moon in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my ancestors. And lastly, we see Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your 10th house of career, reputation, and legacy. We'll be pulling for the following prompts. A part of me that has evolved. A part of me that is catching up. How I can ease this process. And a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. We'll take a look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath the surface of this time. And we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know or anything that is especially significant. So. Okay, fun for everyone. Ace of Wands is cute. All right, so what new passions, ideas, loves, and I mean, like, you know, in the sense of passion, right? I mean, it could absolutely be like romantic love, but it's of the nature that is like motivating, inspiring, like world expanding, right? Okay, so what kind of new projects or passions are entering our sphere at this time? What old ideas and projects are given new life at this time, have space to finally come to fruition? Let's find out. but there's certainly like a sense of newness happening for you at this time, which is exciting. A part of me that has evolved. Well, how Taurus of you. Okay. Maybe because Jupiter has finished its retrograde period as of the end of the year and has been making progress through your first house, catching up through those retrograde degrees before it finishes up this time in your first house. And right now, Jupiter and Venus can see each other, right? They just had their squares, but soon they'll be back in mutual reception. So by the end of this season, we'll have your chart ruler, Venus, or your sun or moon ruler, Venus, hanging out visibly with Jupiter in a very peaceful and like inspiring way. So this is certainly like, it's funny because Hierophant is the card of Taurus, right? And so again, how very you. And so perhaps your sense of faith has evolved. Perhaps your sense of belief has evolved. Maybe you believe in yourself in new ways, right? Maybe you, especially since that square between Venus and Jupiter took place between your 10th house and your first house, maybe you've gotten a sense of like, I see what I'm building here as a career or legacy, and that is reinvigorating my sense of self. Okay. This is also maybe connected to like something traditional. Maybe you've invested yourself in some sort of traditional religion, or you have sought out some sort of mentor. Okay. Maybe you are the mentor. Maybe it's both. Maybe you have recognized your own capacity to mentor others. All right. So something about what you believe in, something about your belief system as a structural thing has evolved. Okay. Maybe you were in a place of not believing in anything, or getting clear on what you believe in. Maybe you had a lot of questions about what that looked like. Maybe, especially with Venus and Jupiter being in all kinds of arrangements as they've been, as Venus has been ruling Jupiter, and as they've also had mutual reception before this while Venus was in Sagittarius. Maybe you had lots of questions about what you even give a F about. All right, what do I want to believe in? And that has evolved. Okay, so a part of me that is catching up. Our intuition, right? So what I believe in has evolved, but do I believe in the kind of like intuition that emerges from me? So what I believe in has evolved outside of me, but do I know how to parse through the information that comes in through my mind, and know what is truly for me to act on, and know what I should be listening to, right? I love that these cards aren't very far apart from each other. I love that, we do absolutely get this sense that, well, I phrased it very specifically, what I believe in outside of myself, right, structurally, has evolved. What I believe in within myself is catching up. Okay, maybe there's a part of us that isn't really listening to our intuition because we are questioning it, and that's part of us that needs to catch up. Maybe we are just getting a sense of, oh, my intuition's been trying to talk to me, or we are trying to re-enter into or renegotiate the terms of the relationship we have to our intuition. Very strength, right? Absolutely. Like, I believe in something outside of me. What do I believe in inside of me? Okay. How I can ease this process. Very Sag, third quarter moon is what I'm getting. Very Jupiter as well, of course. How I can ease this process is tuning into the vision. I pause there for effect. No. What is your mission? Like, what are you here to bring people, right? The King of Wands is someone who, here's this design, like, we are the mountain, like, we are the earthly, physical, tangible body, and we're able to tap into and help cultivate and broadcast and also, like, channel some sort of non-earthly, transcendental cosmic energy. Like that is all what we're all doing here, right? God willing, like if the earth is allowing, then we are here to do this. And so what does that look like for you? Do you trust that you're here to do this? Right? I definitely see how this all connects. It's like you are the person that other people are going to believe in, the same way that you believe in something outside of yourself. But do you trust yourself to like know what it is that you are bringing people to believe in? Okay, that just confused me as well, but also made perfect sense. Like, what are you afraid of? Do you deny that you're here to like lead people toward some vision? This also feels, very 12th house North Node. Like, what am I here to initiate? Dear God, are you there? It's me, Margaret. I mean, that 12th house transit is very like existential. It's very, who even am I? Do I even get to be here? Who do I lead, right? If Aries is my 12th house, then like, am I leading? What am I leading? And maybe it's like a secret society. Okay, honestly, like 12th house is very like secret society. I mean, that's very 12th house, 8th house. Right? Like, I almost said, maybe you're a cult leader. Okay, like, maybe don't do that. Unless you're like the one singular benevolent cult leader. But that kind of vision, that, or like being able to tap into that kind of function might be strange for you, or might feel foreign to you. Maybe you do question, like, could I possibly be here for this? And so easing that process looks like tapping into what this means to you. Who am I king to, right? We all get to be a king, not in a hierarchical way, in a community, like we all play a part, we all bring something to the community kind of vibe. So what are you king to, right? What do you govern? How do you do that? Do you trust yourself to do that? Who can you witness outside of you that you trust in who does that? And how can that help you tap into what your function in that role would be? Are you resisting that? And can you soften that resistance? Can you question that resistance? Can you go into the moon and kind of ask this resistance why it's there? What are you about? Maybe we stay away from questioning that resistance because we don't really like what we're going to find in there, or we're scared of what we're going to find in there. And maybe that's the whole challenge of it, okay? A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Fantastic. Love that. Love that. Okay. So we are gonna know that this evolution is unfolding unblocked when we are breaking out of old mental frameworks, when we are willing to ask hard questions and go find the answers, when we are ready to break out of whatever we've been restrained by. This is a very like truth kind of energy. Like we have been locked into a truth that maybe isn't ours, and we are breaking out of it in order to go find our truth. Maybe this connects to the Hierophant in terms of like, something that has evolved in me is what I believe in, but maybe this catching up and trusting myself means I need to break out of something that I haven't questioned in here, or that I've been ignoring in here, right? Maybe as I tune into what my intuition is saying, I'm ready to break out of this mold of kind of following along other people's intuitions. This is making me think like I am the mentor, and maybe stepping away from like having a mentor. I'm kind of like listening to myself right now, and I'm breaking free. You tell me how that kind of appears to you at this time. But there's absolutely some departure from what we have known, and that really does connect deeply to this high priestess. Maybe it's completely internal, right? Maybe we're not breaking away from like a truth outside of us. Maybe we're breaking away from a truth inside of us. Absolutely. Maybe we're like, oh, I've been resistant and I'm not listening to me. Okay, and so we're actually breaking free of ourselves. We're breaking free of our resistance to listening to our intuition. That's a risk, right? Because once we start listening to it, we have to then decide what is right and what is wrong. And maybe part of this evolution has been about seeking external validation, needing traditional sources of input. Maybe we have become the source of input, okay? But I love this. This is beautiful. We're breaking out. We're breaking out and listening to ourselves in new ways. Whether we're validating our intuition or just listening to it for the first time. We're breaking free. We're seeking our own definitions of things. And that absolutely connects with like this strength card of how this is a big, we're reframing our instincts, right? Again, intuition is definitely part of this process. And if we're not listening to sort of the animal within us, then we're not listening to our intuition either, because we are animals connected to the universe. Like that's life, right? If we're over intellectualizing, that's also someone else's framework. That's not our own framework. Do we naturally over intellectualize things? We need to find that out, right? We need to break out of whatever ideas or expectations have been put on us, and we need to seek definitions for those things for ourselves. New life force energy being generated within you is what I just got here. Like just this sense of, I feel alive, all right? And maybe that's connected to the Chiron North Node conjunction. Maybe there's been this ailing inside of you way back in your deepest unconscious space, and it's just holding you back from being who you are and need to be. And maybe through this catharsis, you are able to reach this place of, oh, I'm alive here and I'm here to be alive. I'm here to show others things. I'm not here to succumb to like my own fear or of myself and my own power. Whew, that just gave me chills. Don't deny yourself your own power. My goodness. Yeah, like believe in yourself. Okay, so let's roll these and see what else is happening. Okay. You know, I thought of the moon because the moon is connected to the High Priestess. Even though the moon is its own card, it is connected to Pisces. But the High Priestess as a card is connected to the moon as a planet. Welcome. So I definitely thought of the moon as we were exploring the High Priestess, and that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So where Cancer is for you is your, let me do like some quick math, your third house, okay? And so that's your mind, okay? And that makes a lot of sense that we have the High Priestess here. The third house is the mind. The third house is how we communicate, right? And how we communicate in the third house is what leads us to who we communicate with one-on-one in the seventh house. So Cancer being your mind means that your mind might be fluctuating all the time. Whatever the moon is doing is impacting your mind. And that may be something that feels untrustworthy or that feels scary, right? Like, I don't like that my mind changes with the moon, the phases of the moon. Like, that's just too much for me. Well, boo, it is what it is. So we got to learn to work with it, right? Maybe this comes up a lot with the moon phases that we go through this season in particular, right? We have the full moon in your fifth house of self-expression. So there's some sense of maybe validation there about what am I here to self-express, and how does that connect to this King of Wands? How can I focus on that and tap into that further? We have the other moons happening in your second and your eighth houses. So what is mine versus what is ours, okay? The High Priestess is really important for that, and so is strength. We need to be able to clarify what kind of happens in each of those spaces so that we know kind of what our intuition is even telling us about. Is this just something I'm picking up on from someone else? Is this just, you know, like Pisces is your 11th house. If you have planets there, then you probably pick up on the energy of your friends, right? And your communities. You probably pick up on the visions and the dreams, and you're like, I'm just here to follow. Like, I'm not a leader. Like, there's so many of us, and like, everyone's so amazing, and why me? Okay, so like, that's what's important about those second house, eighth house spaces is like, what's mine versus what's ours? What's for me to just sort of nourish and for me to believe in, and like, what am I here to share with others and to guide others toward, okay? And maybe that's echoed by this one, which is going to lead me back to the first house where Jupiter and Uranus are, okay? And really, you know, Jupiter is here to amplify your sense of self, okay? Jupiter's here to help you recognize where opportunities exist for you to move through the world and to learn about yourself and to like take on roles in the world that you move through. So really, again, like this high priestess energy too of like, oh, what's happening within me, and let me listen to myself and let me just amplify those messages and then get clear on which of those messages are like to be shared with the world around me. Let's look at Leo, okay? Leo is your 4th house of like emotional body, of home and origin story and connection to land. And what the sun is doing in Pisces in your 11th house is ruling that 4th house space and can't see it, okay? And so it might be important to get a sense this season of what you navigate through your friend groups and your communities, and also like your hopes and dreams for the future, right? In the 11th house as the sun moves through there, and getting a sense of how that connects with your private 4th house space. Is there material in your 11th house space that is keeping you from knowing your full self in the 4th house? Ooh, right? That Pisces sun of like, again, everyone's here and it's amazing. So like, I just want to be part of the group. I want to fit into the collective. I want to like be one of many. But where is that denying you your own fiery instincts, your own like inner fire and like what you need for your emotional wellness, okay? I love that as a place to end. Okay, so Taurus, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We will gather to talk about what you are ending in Aries season as everything moves through your 12th house before we enter your season and you begin your new cycle. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Gemini, to your Pisces season forecast. Okay, as we explore Pisces season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, and Mercury all hang out with Saturn and Neptune, and eventually Venus will come through, your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. We have the North Node with Chiron and eventually Mercury in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friends, and communities. We see Jupiter and Uranus in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, isolation versus solitude. We have the first quarter moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. There's a full moon in your 6th house of time. No. There's a full moon in Virgo in your 4th house of emotional body, origin story, land, and family. Okay. The South Node is in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. We see the 3rd quarter moon in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business, or enemy. And last but not least, we have Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning, how we make meaning of the world. Okay, so we are going to pull for the following prompts. A part of me that has evolved, a part of me that is catching up, how I can ease this process, and a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see kind of what lies beneath these themes of this season, and we'll roll our dice to see what else we need to know or what is particularly important or significant. Okay, here we go. Okay, Gemini, Four of Swords. All right, so my first question for you is, are you coming into the like isolation chamber, or are you coming out of it? Where are you in that process? Like, what does that look like for you? This is typically a period of retreat. Thinking about all the squares to Uranus hanging out in your 12th house, there might be a lot of like, honestly, there might be like a lot of mental health activation, right? Whatever kind of, I mean, you're a Gemini, like information overwhelm is absolutely something you might experience, just in general. Having Uranus hanging out in your 12th house might, and having planets interact with that Uranus might kind of show connections between those events in, let's see, those events in your 9th house, right, where things are in Aquarius, how we make meaning of the world, okay, thinking and learning on a grand scale, how we communicate on a grand scale, might be interacting with something that exists within your deep unconscious space that wants your attention. So this might be, I mean, those are houses of like communication, right? The 9th house is a house of communication, and the 12th house is sort of how we commune how we commune with the universe at large, right? Okay, so you might be taking some space this season. You might be taking some space to tend to some of what is activated for you there. You might take some space to think about what has been activated for you there in the 6-month period we're talking about, between all that stuff happening in Leo, which is your 3rd house, of the mind and communication, and that 9th house of meaning making, and how we kind of take what starts in our mind and broadcast it to the world around us. So maybe you're coming out of this space. Maybe those squares are kind of challenging you to emerge from a place where you've been quiet or you've retreated from something. Okay, that's another manifestation of this. Let's see how these cards support this story. A part of me that has evolved. Teamwork. That's really cute. I love that for you. So your sense of teamwork has evolved in some way. Maybe you have reconciled that you recognize what you have to bring to the table with others, right? Makes a lot of sense seeing all these bodies moving through your 10th house of legacy, career, and reputation. Maybe you are getting a sense of where you are on this journey so far, who you are working with to help build up that 10th house space, who you collaborate with, right? Maybe we'll see, or maybe you're seeing in real time, depending on where you are in this journey, some reconciliation of feeling like you don't have anything to bring to the table, right? Maybe you're like, I feel like I don't know enough to contribute to this project. I don't feel like I'm qualified enough to contribute to what's happening. I don't have the resources that are needed or required for this collaboration. And there's some recognition of, oh, yes, I do. Actually, I have figured out that I play this role, even if I'm this baby bringing in this lemon, right? Like, everyone eats snacks, okay? Even if I'm this baby and I'm new at this, I'm still able to provide a fresh perspective then, because I'm new at this. Maybe we are like, I'm the elder in this configuration, and I feel like I'm no longer relevant. Okay, and here we are in this place of reconciling. Actually, I have all this wisdom to bring to the table. I can inspire the new generations. And maybe you're somewhere in the middle where you're like, I'm awkward because I have some experience, but it's not enough experience. I am neither the novice nor the elder, and therefore I'm just sort of mediocre. I'm just sort of like, I don't know, maybe I'm not important in this process. And yet maybe there's something within that middle space that you can say, I'm the bridge between this novice and this elder, and I'm able to connect what they bring to the table. Okay, so I love that for you. All of your houses of, let me see here, substance are like emotional, so there's maybe some connection between that. Makes a lot of sense if I've been having a lot of feelings about what I'm able to contribute. It's been important to like let that evolution unfold. Okay, a part of me that is catching up. Yeah. Okay, so I have recognized the purpose that I serve, but maybe my tools are catching up. Let's think about some ways that could be showing up. The alignment of the right moment is where I'm catching up. It's like I recognize what I bring to the table. I'm ready to engage in this teamwork from an upright position, but like the part of me that's still catching up is where all of that is kind of lining up within me to strike or like to begin or to act on this. My sense of timing is still catching up with me. My tools, like what are my tools? We've looked at this in reverse before and talked about like what would timing look like for me? What would it look like? What would I be capable of if I had all the tools I needed? What tools do I even need for this? Okay, you see tools here, right? So I know that I serve a purpose in this group, in this collaboration. Now I'm getting clear on what tools I'm bringing with me to help facilitate this role that I'm playing. Maybe we are getting a sense of what needs to line up in order to allow this collaboration to unfold. Okay. I was like, do I need anything else? All right. If I need another description for that, it will come to me. How I can ease this process. Okay. So, more pentacles. Love that. Love that. And it's interesting because earth, I said your houses of substance are water. Your earth houses are your sort of subconscious, like inner spaces, right? So all of those earth houses are where you kind of have resources. So maybe your sense of resources is like very inner world, very regenerative, like spiritually, right? If we're thinking about like the 4th house, the 8th house, the 12th house, those are all sort of infinite realms, but pentacles are finite. And maybe that's some of the duality you embody as a Gemini. I love it. Okay, so anyway, tapping into these like spaces of resource and energetic capacity. How I can ease this process is by getting my ass in gear and getting to work, okay? If I'm figuring out what tools I need, then let me do the work I can without them. If I'm waiting for the right moment to strike, then let me get all my ducks in a row in preparation. Thinking about that Virgo, like 4th house, that moon that's going to be happening, kind of like illuminating what within you emotionally you have or are ready for to bring to this, okay? So what do I have energy for? How I can ease this process is to tell, if I'm thinking about what tools I need, then I need to also get a sense of what energy I'm bringing to this. Then I also need to get a sense of anywhere I have resistance toward working toward this, right? Again, we've evolved this, but we're still, we're waiting for the part of us that feels ready, okay, to evolve, to catch up to this part. So let me get clear on what that would even look like and what do I want to be building towards? And again, where do I resist that? Where am I recognizing what I have to bring to the table, but resistant towards believing that I could actually build this effectively? Might be something here. Okay, a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Oh my God, all of the pentacles here for you. Okay, is that you are freaking doing it. Like you're seeing yourself doing it, right? We're not in the 7 anymore. We're not in the place of, I'm not sure, let me go back to the drawing board and make sure this formula is perfect. Let's just like remember that Mercury's going to be moving through Pisces this whole time, and like nothing's going to be perfect, okay? In the Virgo sense, everything's going to be a little bit creative, impromptu, like inventive, whatever. So seeing myself do it, seeing myself shift out of the space of I need to keep tinkering with this, or I need to keep assessing this, and just knowing that I've assessed it, knowing that I've got the formula right and just putting that into motion. I'm not even necessarily gonna, you know, every time I say that, I do it. A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked is maybe getting clear on where you are kind of uncertain about being able to do things on a regular basis, or start to routinize something for yourself. Maybe getting clear on what I don't want to be, what I don't want to be doing, right? Let's think about all of these things we're putting our energy toward. Maybe I don't want to be repeating something. And maybe that's a sign that this is making more sense, because as I think about what I don't want to be like building into my routine, that helps me also understand my energy. So the more I understand my energy and what I'm trying to build and how I go about building it, the more that allows me to step into that responsibility with ease and shift out of being productive about what does not feel good to me anymore. Oof, definitely makes sense with these strength moon energies we're working with, right? All these pentacles, again, being your like emotional houses, those houses of like inner worlds and inner resources. Do I look in there? Do I want to know more about what that energy looks like and what that energy wants to build and what that energy needs to separate from or put down in order to be as like to show up as trusting of my capacity as I can, to help me recognize what my sense of timing is, right? To help me recognize when I'm going to have these tools. Maybe I need to put something I've been doing down in order to make space for these tools, in order to acquire these tools, in order to learn and practice these tools, etc., right? And maybe I've been resistant toward that for various reasons. Maybe that's why I need to go inside. Maybe that's where I'm going into this hidey hole. Maybe that's where I'm blocking out noise, right, around these processes, and where I'm learning to listen to myself, what I have to give, what tools I need. Okay, I need to shut other people out. Maybe all these planets, maybe your 10th house is like a lot of noise. Maybe you're really worried about what people are saying about you, or what people are going to know about you or know you as. And it's important for you to decide what you're willing to put your energy toward and not really think about what other people want you to be doing. Okay, let's roll these dice and see what else we've got. All right. The first place my eyes went was Taurus, so we're going to be looking then at that 12th house space. So that's definitely really highlighting for me that Uranus aspect, and even that Jupiter element as well, because whatever is being stirred awake in that 12th house space is also being amplified and made bigger by Jupiter, and that might be a whole lot to be dealing with. Remembering that that's like the 12th house of mental health, right? The 6th house is the house of physical health, and we have 6 here. So we are absolutely looking at how the mental health space is impacted and impacted by and impacting the 6th house space. What's happening in our routines that is either helping the 12th house manage mental health or is pulling us away from tending to our 12th house needs. What's going on in the 12th house that needs our attention, that we maybe need to like retreat a bit to go tend to, okay? And everything I said about the 9th house and the 3rd house, right? The 3rd house is the house of the mind and where communication begins. The 9th house is where we take those ideas and we extrapolate them in the world around us. We connect them to broader concepts. We connect with other people who who've explored the same things and who want to expand our sense of knowledge, and with whom we can collaborate to expand all of our sense of knowledge. Oof, okay, so all of those themes in the 3rd and the 6th house also connect to the 6th and the 12th house. That's an axis, okay? So what we think about in the 3rd house and is like validated by our environment, we then implement into our sense of routine in the 6th house. We spend time on in the 6th house. We are productive toward and perhaps in service to in the 6th house. That becomes perfected and then professed in the 9th house. We then take that message. We started off in the 3rd house. We perfected it. We polished it. We took it to the 9th house to share with other people on like some formal level. We made a thesis, right? Okay. We presented an idea. We collaborated on it together and shared and defined it together. And then that shaped what I then am able to make sense of in the 12th house. If I take this thing to the 9th house and no one agrees with me, then I feel isolated in the 12th house, right? That meaning that I made, no one else connected with, and then that means it's only my meaning, all right? So how that plays out can be what we see manifest in the 12th house, 6th house. Is there anxiety because what I have made meaning of doesn't align with what someone else shares, or something of that nature? And what does that tell me about me? That's a very 12th house story. Okay, so again, seeing ourselves tend to that 4 of Swords space, making sure there's boundaries up and that we are able to focus on what's in there that needs our attention, when we need to go in there, when we need to choose solitude versus being forced into isolation, etc. And let's look at Saturn also hanging out in that 10th house. That is definitely a lot of responsibility, right? And it makes a lot of sense that Saturn might be making you feel really bummed out about like, I don't have anything to show. I don't have a career or a legacy. And like, again, when Saturn visits, it's like, that's what feels heavy. So right now it feels like, oh, it's really hard for me to build up to that thing. It's really hard for me to feel like I'm accomplishing something up there. Tuning into that Saturn, that Mercury cazimi that takes place with Saturn might give you a lot of information about where you're going and who you are in your current trajectory and what you have access to, and it might make a lot of sense where it hasn't yet. And I really appreciate that for you, so that you can kind of know where you stand with things, right? And get a sense of, now I understand what I want to put my energy toward, or like why I have felt like I can't work towards something. Now this makes sense to me, and I'm able to focus on like the smaller routine steps that I need to implement in order to kind of honor this Saturn journey up here in the 10th house. Okay, Gemini, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. Next season is Aries season, and we will see what's going on in your 11th house space, some hopes, dreams for the future, some friends and community vibes. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Cancer, to your Pisces season forecast. Okay, as we explore Pisces season, we see the sun, the new moon, Mercury, hanging out with Saturn and Neptune, and eventually awaiting Venus, all in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, religion, philosophy, how we make meaning of the world. We have the North Node with Chiron, and eventually Mercury in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We see the first quarter moon in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end. Me and my maker. Mental health. We have the full moon in your 3rd house of peers, siblings, immediate environment, the mind, communication, our neighborhood. The South Node is in your 4th house of home, origin story, connection to land, emotional body. There's a 3rd quarter moon in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. And last but not least, we see Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my ancestors. Okay, we're gonna pull for the following prompts today. A part of me that has evolved, a part of me that is catching up, how I can ease this process, and a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what lies beneath the themes of this season, and we'll also roll our dice to get a sense of anything we don't know yet, or anything that is particularly significant or important. Okay, here we go. Two of Wands suggests that this is a time where we're thinking about where we're going next, which feels very appropriate for this stellium of planets all hanging out in your 9th house. Everything moving through the 9th house is able to see the ascendant. The 9th house is a cadent house, so it deals with themes of the past, things that have already happened. And so we are seeing a whole orchestra of planets in that 9th house space, making meaning of what you've already experienced, kind of collecting those definitions in the broader world around you. And especially with the new moon happening, since the moon rules your ascendant or your sun or moon or whatever you're here to read for, but especially for the ascendant, that new moon in particular with all those planets is really informing where that ascendant is going to go moving forward from all of that meaning you make in the 9th house. So it makes a lot of sense. We're at the drawing board thinking about what's next. Something opened up for me in the ace, and now I'm at the drawing board thinking about and mapping out all the places I want to go. Okay, let's see what else unfolds here to support this story. A part of me that has evolved. The world. You know, Pluto has moved out of your 7th house for a spell, and that's been a long journey for you, right? Like that's been a long, it's been a long 16 years of Pluto in your 7th house. You've learned a lot about relationships. You've learned a lot about who you are in relationship to other people. And let's not forget that this is a card about Saturn, and Saturn's hanging out in your 9th house currently, doing all those things that I just shared about the Two of Wands. And so let's think about that cadent house, that house of the past. We're kind of wrapping things up. The world, something is ending. So some part of you that has evolved is maybe allowing things to end, maybe recognizing when the end is near. And if this is not something that you have yet done, then perhaps this is what comes to fruition over the course of the season. Maybe the season shows you and pushes you to evolve into knowing that something has come to an end. Maybe you've been resisting the end for some time. Maybe you've been in this place of, but I need to keep going over it. Cancer, you are sentimental, if nothing else, and so it might be very easy for you to want to kind of hold on to the shell that you've been living in, even if you've already outgrown it. Now, you're not a fixed sign like Scorpio, and that's kind of where Cancer needs to like trust itself to know when to leave the shell to find the next shell, right? Scorpio is like, I'm gonna hold on to the shell until it implodes. We can get really fixed and like locked into place there. So that being said, it's still very easy for you to, again, be wrapped up in the sentiment of something, to be wrapped up in the memory of something, and to not necessarily want it to end, or to feel like you can't let it end because it sustains you in some way, right? Cancer is that like kind of mutual sign of sustenance. You nourish me and I'll nourish you, right? Okay, there's our little Cancer symbol. So maybe we've felt like what we need from someone else keeps us from allowing ourselves to outgrow that thing. Oof, okay, yeah, absolutely. Makes a lot of sense already with the Two of Wands. If this part is evolving currently, then it's absolutely allowing you to think about, okay, what's next then? If I'm going to let this thing end, if I'm going to recognize this thing is ending and I'm not going to resist it, then I'm going to have a chance to think about what comes next for me. Okay. A part of me that is catching up. Oh, you mean the anxiety? Oh, you mean that all of the air houses for you are your like inner worlds? You mean that you like internalize information and like hold on to it and go over it and like sometimes can't let go of it? Here's where I'm thinking about all of the planets in Aquarius in your 8th house. Thinking about Venus meeting up with Mars, meeting up with Pluto, and really maybe forcing this part of you to evolve, and that's probably really uncomfortable. If you are in a state of feeling like I'm trapped and I can't get out of this, that certainly lends itself to the narrative of, well, then I don't know where it ends because I'm going to be here forever. And I don't have the power to end this. All the swords are around me. All these boxes are trapping me in here. And I don't have the capacity to find a way out, except that that only begins when you open your eyes, right? So it makes a lot of sense to have 8th house activity happening. The 8th house is like our psychological space. We also have a first quarter moon in your 12th house of like karma and my mental health space. So these are both spaces that have a lot to do with how we experience things in our inner world. So the part of you that is still evolving is the part that's willing to shift out of this anxiety. And I say willing because it takes choice. With the 8, we have to open our eyes. We can remain in this place of tension, absolutely. We can adhere to not looking at it, but that only makes it worse. That brings us to the 9, right? Where we really feel trapped. That's when we really perceive ourselves to be fully locked and loaded into this trajectory and there's no way out. It's too far. I've gone too far. And that absolutely feeds into the story of like, again, I'm resisting things ending because I can't even look at what the ending might bring to me to deal with that. Okay. A part of, or how I can ease this process, rather. That's pretty beautiful. Where are your resources, right? And as a Cancer rising, if that's what you're here for, then that might be difficult because those spaces involve other people, right? Our houses of communication all involve other people. Our 3rd house involves our peers and our siblings, if we have them, and that is where we learn how to communicate. We then take that into the 7th house, where we just talked about Pluto spent 16 years, and that's how we communicate one-on-one with people. And our 11th house shows us what resources we have access to through our friendships, right? Let me come back here really quick and just talk about all the planets moving through your 8th house are also squaring that 11th house of Taurus, where your friends are and your hopes and dreams for the future are. So what you feel locked into and trying to hold on to and also like avoid confronting in the 8th house is being challenged by that house that possesses what you hope and dream for the future. I hope that that's landing the way that I'm saying it, because what I'm trying to say is what you're trying to hold on to is preventing you from what you want for yourself and what you want to move toward for the future. Okay. All the more reason why we need to allow this to evolve. So how we're going to ease that process is by focusing on where we can self-resource. Where can you tap into your own sense of abundance? Maybe the question is really, can I find a sense of abundance within me? Do I feel that I only have what I have through other people? Do I feel that I only am able to give myself what I can give myself because someone else has given it to me? Is that part of what's making me anxious? Is that part of what's keeping my eyes closed? Is that part of what's not allowing me to let things that need to end? So how you can ease this process is to tap into this space. What do I have to give myself? Even if it feels like it's one flower, right? You know, like this image is, I have such a sense of abundance that I'm able to reflect it outward. I have no sense of possessiveness over this because I know that I can cultivate more of it. And therefore, I'm happy to share with whoever needs it. But like, I'm not the king. I'm not responsible for that. I can give it, okay? So this is really you taking care of yourself. If you think that right now you only have like this one flower, right? Maybe your sense of self-abundance is like really small right now. And we're just looking at like one flower. Even just starting there is a way to ease this process. Because recognizing one thing that you have to give yourself helps you separate from the anxiety-inducing idea that you can only get what you need through others. This feels really big. I'm guessing, I mean, this is a major arcana card. I was going to say, I'm guessing there's another one, maybe. Let's see if I'm right. But like, even if the next one is not a major card, like this being a major feels really big because this is absolutely connecting me back to Pluto, start like this year wrapping things up in that 7th house space forever. Like for as long as you are alive, Pluto will never return here. And Pluto really does need you to know the power that you give away by automatically outsourcing that to those one-on-one relationships. If you're outsourcing your sense of abundance and care to your partners, whether they're friends, lovers, business partners, you are keeping yourself trapped here. You have to know that you have something to give yourself. That's it. Like, you have to know that, again, even if it's one flower, you have that one flower to give yourself. Even if it's such a small bud, your garden of you has to start somewhere. And taking inventory of that one thing you can give yourself helps ease this, okay? Helps allow this evolution to unfold. Everything that you can give to yourself separates you from the idea that you can only get what you need from other people. A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Beautiful. Okay, not another major, but another pentacle, which is really important. And it's so obvious how these connect. The more you can give yourself, the less you feel that you don't have what you need and that you can't get it from other people. Right? Like, isn't that so literal? So maybe you need to ease, maybe you need to reflect on what your relationship is to this first. And that's part of the ease. Maybe you need to reflect on, where do I resist this? Where do I feel that I am not this? Where do I feel that I can't be this? Where do I deny myself this capacity? Okay. Where do I actually have this in me, but I don't let myself tap into it? And why? Why do I do that? Okay. How we will know that this evolution is unfolding unblocked is where this mentality shifts. If it's true that there's a sense, or there's an experience of lack, if it's true that you actually only have this one thing you can give yourself and you need more of it and you need to go outside of yourself for it, then knowing this evolution is happening is you recognizing that you can ask for what you need. Ooh, Cancer. Are you someone who feels that you can ask for what you need? This is where I'm going to say, where's your moon? Is your moon in Cancer? Do you feel really comfortable self-expressing and like allowing your feelings to be on the surface and sharing that with people so that you can get what you need when you need it? Whatever you don't have for yourself. That's cool. Is your moon in Capricorn, where you would rather die than talk about what you need, and therefore this feeling exists within you indefinitely and absolutely helps explain why this other stuff is happening? Is your moon in, let's see, is your moon in Scorpio, right? Where you are also definitely in a place of, I can only get what I need through someone else because I'm in fall, right? I guess in Capricorn the moon's in fall, and in Scorpio the moon's in detriment. So either way, that's gonna be hard. Is your moon in a harsh aspect to something? Is your moon in the 12th house where you feel alone and no one hears you? Okay, so many things could be contributing to this feeling of, I can't ask for what I need. I have to stay in this thing where I'm getting what I need from someone else, and even if it causes me anxiety, I have to stay because I carry this feeling of lack in a very real way, and I can't ask for what I need. This is all about asking for what we need. This feeling of lack, of deprivation, is made better by connecting with people, by asking, right? I'm thinking about like that Taurus 11th house of, my friends can nourish me, right? Think about that. The moon's exalted in Taurus. So wherever your moon is, if it's not in exaltation itself, if it's not in Cancer in your first house, maybe it's in Cancer in your first house, but it's square something, okay? If your moon isn't in like a perfect condition, okay, then I love thinking about how allowing that moon to be nourished by your 11th house of friends and communities is a way to get what you need that you can't give yourself, okay? So here's where we're focusing on what I can give myself. Here's where we're getting a sense of everything I don't have for myself already. I am getting comfortable with the idea that I can reach out and ask. I'm going to go ahead and assume that there's some resistance to this, and a sign that this is evolving unblocked is shifting this perspective, okay? Even if we, and especially if we are not actually in a place of lack, but we are still convinced that we need other people for what we have, or like to get what we need to shift that, okay? We need to still be open to the idea that we can collaborate with others in a form of mutual care, and that we are part of the community that needs to be resourced, okay? And I understand that once we kind of move through these themes, we are able to tap into what's next. Like this all, again, helps support this shifting out of this anxiety and thinking about, okay, now that I know that I can resource myself in certain ways, now that I know that what I don't have access to, I can ask for through my friends and communities, so that there's not like pressure on a singular person to be that for me. I have access to all these new roads, right? And I'm thinking again back to all that activity in your ninth house, making meaning of everything you've experienced, acknowledging that Saturn blockage of like kind of being able to create definitions with other people, right? Or like being able to broadcast messages to others, and just understanding like, oh, this is all being wrapped up in a way that I can now get a sense of where I'm moving forward next. Okay, Jupiter, absolutely, in your 11th house is in its house of joy. Jupiter in the 11th house gets recognized for its contributions to its communities, which might be a really important opportunity for you to then feel better about asking for what you need. If you allow the community to reflect to you what you've given it, if you allow your friends to honor who you've been to them and how important you have been to them, that absolutely helps you feel like you have access to the nourishment that those friends and communities can offer you if you allow yourself to then ask, hey, I thank you for like acknowledging that I've done this. It's wonderful that you can give me that, because also like this is my opportunity to share with you a bit about what I need in return, or what I need to keep giving to the community, right? Okay. Gemini, your 3rd house. Oh, nope, I'm sorry, I meant your 12th house, which is where the first quarter moon is happening. I definitely thought about that when I described that as the house of mental health. As we move up to that Virgo, or beyond that Virgo full moon, as we move up to that blah, 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 as we encounter the moon phases on this mutable axis, as we ramp up to the Libra full moon that we'll have in Aries season. Okay, there we go. That first quarter moon is going to be in that mental health space, and we'll be kind of checking in about, how am I doing out here? Am I allowing things to end? Am I overwhelmed? Am I feeling like I need more information before I can move forward? So really paying attention to that moon phase that's coming up, really paying attention to what, maybe if you have planets up there in the 12th house, seeing what's activated up there, especially as Mercury is moving through Pisces as well, and moving through its sign of detriment and fall, and making you really emotional. Maybe just getting clear on, all right, what do I need in this mental health house space, like mental health house space, to, again, wrap up these stories and alleviate some of this anxiety. Okay, and 7, yep, that 7th house is really important, absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. And so I'll come back to Pluto and everything that Pluto has been trying to wrap up there for you, everything that Saturn is trying to help you build up from that 9th house space, and really understanding how you want your one-on-one relationships to be moving forward from this place of being able to self-resource. What have you endured or demanded of your 7th house relationships because you have felt out of connection with this? And where are you able to reconnect with your ability to self-resource in a way that helps you reframe how your one-on-one relationships can look moving forward? All right, Cancer, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. Woo. Next season, we'll talk about your 10th house space and what the North Node has been bringing for you in terms of what you're moving toward at this time. And I hope to see you there. Welcome, Leo, to your Pisces season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Pisces season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, and eventually Venus, all in your 8th house of shared resources. My boss, my landlord, my ancestors, my roommates, my contractual relationships. Okay. We have the North Node and Chiron hanging out, and eventually Mercury in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning, making meaning of the world. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your 10th house of legacy, career, and reputation. We have the first quarter moon in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. There's a full moon in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. The South Node is in your 3rd house of siblings, peers, neighborhood, the mind, and communication. The 3rd quarter moon takes place in your 5th house of self-expression, true love, children, play, and joy. Last but not least, we have Venus, Mars, and Pluto all hanging out. Maybe they are hanging something up. Hanging out in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business. Okay, so we are going to pull for the following prompts. A part of me that has evolved. A part of me that is catching up. How I can ease this process. And a sign this evolution is unfolding, unblocked. Okay. We will look at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what lies beneath the themes being activated this season. And we'll roll our dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know or anything that is especially significant and important. Okay. All right. Oh, cute for you. All right. The 9 of Cups is here as a sign of hope, as like an invitation to dream big, to wish, to open up your cups, as it were, to the abundance that is available to you at this time. Maybe this means you've walked away from something hard in the 8 of Cups that you really invested yourself into and that you really felt difficult about moving into and leaving behind. And perhaps that's something you're still wrapping up. Know that this awaits you. Know that there is this sense of like resilience and opportunity that is available to you this season. And let's see what's going to bring that to the forefront. Okay, a part of me that has evolved. Lovely. This takes me to your 8th house and makes me think a lot about Saturn that's there, as well as, you know, obviously all these planets are going to be moving through there in real time. But something that has evolved, making me think about that cazimi in particular, and sort of getting a sense of how you offer your love to others, what that looks like as a role that you play, right? This is a very romantic card. This is a very romantic energy. This is very demonstrative. I want to sweep you off your feet, girl. Come on and hop on. I want to show you my feelings. I want to demonstrate to you what you mean to me. I want to whisk you away and take you somewhere beautiful. That all requires being vulnerable. That all requires being open. That all requires being emotional, right? And maybe as a Leo, maybe you're like, I'm self-expressive in this dramatic way. And maybe Saturn in that 8th house has been like, okay, but where do you share softness with others? Where do you invite others into like your special kind of secret garden. Ooh, that has a lot of, it's like a bajillion entendre. What do you express to people? And like, how do you share that with them? And what sort of emotional resonance do you create in that process? And so maybe what's evolved is maybe like resistance to that. Maybe you've been tending to yourself and offering yourself a lot of emotional demonstration, and maybe that allows you to now focus on how you share that outside of yourself. Okay. A part of me that is catching up. Beautiful. Okay. So you're doing this for other people, right? Maybe something that's evolved is like whoever has entered your sphere has swept you off your feet and is offering you all of this demonstration that we just talked about. Maybe that's the 8th house vibe that's going on. Like, ooh, something that's evolved is someone is sweeping me off my feet, girl. All right, see how that can flip to the other side? Okay. So whether it's you, whether it's someone in your life who is playing this part, what's still evolving is maybe like the being comfortable with being open to those feelings, right? This is a role, but like, what do I actually feel within me? What new feelings are emerging through this evolution, right? I've gotten clear on how I express my love and who I want to share it with and who I want to sweep off their feet. How does that feel to me, right? So again, this involves other people. Like the court cards involve us like moving in ways that involve others, right? So again, whether it's us or whether it is someone else, this is about us. What do I feel inside? Maybe we are exploring what those feelings look like. Maybe we're like, wow, this is big energy. And like, I'm just getting clear on what this stirs awake within me. Maybe I've been resistant to new feelings and that has impacted, or that was impacting this function. But now that this function has evolved, I'm feeling that resistance kind of come to the surface. Maybe I'm going to ask why I'm feeling that resistance. Maybe there's something within that resistance that I'm not willing to investigate. All very 8th house as well. Okay. How I can ease this process. Well, I just put my hand on my hips. Okay. How I can ease this process. We don't love to see the 10 of Swords usually, and yet it is also a sign of relief and release. Whatever has passed, right? That's what we see here in the 10. If it hasn't passed, then we need to let it. We need to just let it be done. Swords tend to represent the mind. We've started off here with emotions, but we certainly see in the moon, like, and in strength too, where maybe our mind is going up against our emotions, okay? Maybe our emotions are the instinct and like our mind is the rationalization of it. Maybe our mind is the instinct and maybe we let our feelings run the show. Something needs to end. Something needs to be done with finally. Maybe we have been avoiding something because of anxiety. What? No one has anxiety. You mean the South Node in your 3rd house of the mind and how you communicate? Okay. Maybe you've been learning a lot about how you think. Maybe you've been learning a lot about how your ideas impact your emotions. Maybe it's time to let some pattern die away. Maybe it's time to let some anxiety just come to a head so it can pass. Maybe we need to confront like the worst case scenario. Maybe we need to confront the resistance we have towards some ending. If we've changed how we want to show up for people and what sort of emotions we're demonstrating, that does mean that we stop performing this role some way we have been so that we can perform it in this new way. Does that make us anxious? Does that make us scared? I'm kind of thinking about maybe your 5th house and where that 3rd quarter moon is, right? That house of love and how I offer love to people and like my self-expression. And we are letting go of something there. Maybe there is something about, maybe we've been trying to hold on to love in some way, or like a love that we've been expressing in some specific way. And we haven't really trusted starting anew with that. It's making me think about the Chiron North Node conjunction in your 9th house in terms of making meaning and how we define things. So something needs to come to an end in order to ease this process. Some mental faculty needs to be like released and done with, more specifically. A sign that this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Beautiful. So much emotion for you. Definitely highlighting all of your like dark houses, right? All like your 4th house, your 8th house, your 12th house are all those private spaces, those emotional spaces, and they are all water. So absolutely, it makes sense that we would be kind of thinking about what's happening in your inner worlds right now and how that's shaping your mind and how that's shaping what you feel open to receive at this time. And also highlights the spaces we're investigating in the moon, right? The moon being those subconscious spaces, those functions that we are unfamiliar with, that maybe are defensive or protective or trying to hide something, and we want to let it stay hidden. But if we do, then we'll continue this 10 of Swords space, right? Like this resistance to letting something end or die off. So here, to see this sign as evolution is unfolding unblocked, we're seeing, okay, one thing we're seeing is maybe I'm able to look back on the past more sweetly as I'm processing who I've been to others or who I've allowed people to be to me. Maybe I'm able to reminisce on the past in a sweet way. Maybe I am able to get clear on what I appreciate about the past so that I can incorporate it into who I'm becoming and evolving into. I'm thinking about good feelings so that I can feel more open to new feelings. I'm remembering the past when I have felt positively and I have felt happy and cared for, and that's allowing me to trust myself to open up to new feelings in general. This evolution is unfolding unblocked because I am thinking about community care is another Six of Cups vision, right? If we think about the 2 kids in the traditional Rider-Waite image who are gathered around the cups that are growing flowers, we are engaging in sort of a sense of pure connection with others. We're thinking about what we can offer to others that is growing from a place of loss. We certainly see loss in the 10 of Swords, right? Everything else feels really abundant. But let's not undercut or undermine the intensity or the importance of this 10 of Swords. And maybe that's a big part of being a Leo rising too, is that on the surface you are kind of this source of abundance and like brightness, and underneath you kind of harbor these less stable entities or energies or ways of being within you, and you don't even want to know what's in there. It's like, I don't want anyone else to see that. So I've been showing up as this. I've been offering myself in this way because I don't want anyone to look beyond that and like know everything that I'm containing. And yet that's also me resisting what I'm containing as well. And the longer I don't know what I contain, the less I'm able to connect with this more benevolent reflection of the past. Okay, so really showing me more about the 8 of Cups that you've kind of been moving away from to arrive at this place. What sort of thing have you emotionally invested in that you now know might not actually be good for you, or like needs to end because of maybe a place of, I can't really think, like the past scares me. The past has been locked into my subconscious in a way that it's impacting my ability to enjoy or to show up as my emotional self in a way that feels good. And so I need to really confront this and let it go. Let's see what our dice say. All right. And like Leo, strength is your card, right? Like strength is you. So you are certainly that lion that can stay in lion mode if we're not careful. And we need that other function of like softness, right? And maybe you are someone who gives softness to other people, but you don't really know how to embrace it for yourself, which again points us back to this Knight of Cups versus the Ace, right? The Knight involves others, the Ace is us. I have evolved to show others things in a better way, but I'm still stuck on the part where I give that sense of compassion and sweetness to myself. It's what I'm opening up to in this 9. That's what I'm hoping for in this 9. Okay. It's like at 12 first, which is Gemini. Nope, Cancer for you. And so, you know, like that actually even alone is sort of a story. Like cups are emotional, right? We just talked about how all your private spaces are water spaces. The moon rules your mental health space. So all of the, and you know, here's the Virgo energy, which is going to be our full moon. So the moon rules your mental health. The moon is changing all the time. The moon needs nourishment in order to feel that it's, you know, emotionally cared for. Do you allow others to give you that nourishment? Does it look the way it needs to look? Are you open to what that nourishment can look like, right? So every moon phase this season will kind of connect you back to maybe what's going on in that 12th house space that needs your care, that needs a sense of sweetness, all right? And maybe particularly this Virgo moon in your 2nd house of my skills, my resources, my, you know, my money and how I make it. Like maybe that connects here with this story of how your mental health is doing and what you show up for and what you give emotion to, but maybe don't nourish yourself. Let's look at Venus. Venus ruling that south node. Venus currently in your 7th house, right? Hanging out with Mars and Pluto. Maybe Pluto being in your 7th house now has brought all of this to the surface, right? Pluto challenging you in that sense of, okay, so who are you in your one-on-one relationships? What power do you possess there? What power do you give away there? What power shows up in your interpersonal dynamics? What do you want that to look like? Venus and Mars just moved through that Pluto threshold, right? Mercury did last season. So there's been lots of activation for you at this time around, whoa, okay, who I am is maybe not who I expected, or I give away a lot in the way that I show up, and what do I want to do there, right? Okay, so Venus moving through your 7th house at this time is certainly bringing your attention to those one-on-one relationships and how you show up. What kind of love do I want? Venus is going to rule and square Uranus and Jupiter in the 10th house. Who I am in my one-on-one relationships impacts my reputation and my career and the legacy that I'm building. And how do I want that legacy to grow? How do I want people to know me as a source of nourishment, right? That Taurus 10th house. How do people want to know me as a source of stability and groundedness and being resourced? And what does that mean or say about the resources I give emotionally to others versus the resources I need emotionally for myself, right? All, again, leading us back to this, I'm going to be open to what's available to me. I'm going to kind of create wishes and express those around what I would like to receive from universe at this time. And once again, coming back to that moon ruling the 12th house, that sense of like, I need to be grounded in what I need emotionally and what I see about the world in order to offer all that Taurus goodness to everyone else, to be able to like be known for that grounded Taurus legacy that I'm building. Okay, Leo, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. Next season's Aries season, we'll be talking about that 9th house. We'll talk about that North Node and Chiron up there, and we'll see how that's all informing where you're going moving forward. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Virgo, to your Pisces season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Pisces season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, all meeting up with Saturn and Neptune. And we anticipate Venus eventually in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. We have the North Node and Chiron, and eventually Mercury in your 8th house of shared resources. My boss, my landlord, my spouse, my ancestors. We've got Jupiter and Uranus posted up in your 9th house of faraway travel, philosophy, religion, higher learning, how we make meaning of the world. We have a 1st quarter moon in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation. There's a full moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. The South Node is hanging out in your second house of my stuff, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have a third quarter moon in your fourth house of home, origin story, family, emotional body, and land. And last, and certainly not least, we have Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your sixth house of time, routine, health, and the body. Okay, we will read for some prompts today. As soon as I flip this page, there we go. A part of me that has evolved. A part of me that is catching up. How I can ease this process. And a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Okay, we'll be looking at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what lies beneath the themes unfolding today. And we will roll our dice to find out anything else we need to know or to get a look at anything that is especially important or significant. Okay. All right, Virgo. Makes a lot of sense to see the Two of Pentacles here for you, being such a practical creature. Okay, so this is a time where you are, and this makes a lot of sense being a Virgo, where you are seeing kind of where you are ready to grow, what's entering into your sphere this season that you would like to stretch out into, that is illuminating where you would like to be bigger than you are or be more than you are. Full moon in your first house. And then tending to your roots, tending to your foundation, making sure you're giving yourself what you need here beneath the surface in order to support all of this outward growth that's happening around you. Okay, so let's see what else we have happening here that lends itself to that narrative. A part of me that has evolved. Okay, so the Six of Swords is about goodbyes. Maybe we have been, my first thought is kind of like, maybe we've been resistant to some goodbyes. Maybe we've been going over things in our mind repeatedly, trying to find the solutions. That feels appropriate for you, Virgo. Really trying to put work into something, kind of being stuck in that Five of Swords place of, but I can keep fighting, but I can keep, if I just keep cutting this way, or if I wield the sword in this manner, I can get this to succeed. There may be a resistance to surrendering or to acknowledging or accepting that there's no way forward in some particular avenue. And so what has evolved might be that resistance, might be that stubbornness, and you may be ready to kind of take space away from what is no longer working or what has no other outlet or like through line. This could also be maybe the opposite story of perhaps your unevolved self walked away from a lot of things. Maybe your unevolved self, since this is a card about what has evolved, is someone who has departed early from things that could have been worked through or could have been gone over. And perhaps what has evolved is that you have recognized that you don't need to always be going away from things. Okay, so two pretty contradictory expressions of this energy. A part of me that is catching up. Another 6. That's nice. It's cute to see. So this card is connected with Gemini, and that's your midheaven. Maybe, or maybe not your midheaven, maybe just your 10th house. You are still getting a sense of when to come back for yourself. Okay, so let's think about this narrative as kind of existing in the middle of what we've outlined. Maybe what has evolved is the relationship between understanding when it's time to walk away and when there's still something to be worked through, right? We're probably in some state of flux with those two sides of the same coin. So what is still evolving is understanding a deeper expression of that being able to switch, being able to know the difference. When is it time for me to leave? When is it important for me to stay and review things and make sure? When is it important for me to be my earthly self? When is it important for me to be my celestial self? Virgo, this feels really important for you, being such a practical, grounded sign. And, you know, maybe that depends on where your Mercury is. Like, if your Mercury is in Pisces, maybe that's a different or a difficult relationship, but there's still a desire to show up in that way. There's still a desire to show up as the practical one, even if that is complicated by other things. So we have this earth self who's practical, grounded, taking care of the day-to-day work, taking care of the kind of minutia of our lives, eating, resting, stretching, all of those on the ground things. And there's our ether self, who is the part of us that remains in the cosmos, the part of us that is connected to the ethereal, the part of us that is still galactic, that receives out of world insight, downloads, inspiration, and a healthy relationship with the lovers shows us knowing when it's time to give space to each of these parts of us. And an unhealthy relationship may see us stuck in one function and unable or unaware of how to switch into the other. Are we so stuck in the practical that we never make space for the celestial? We don't give ourselves time to daydream. We don't give ourselves space to drift off, to be inspired, to kind of leave Earth. Are we so trapped in the ether space that we neglect our earthly demands, right? Are we so trapped in the kind of inspiration stage of something that we don't know how to ground it or root it and outline those first steps to actually move toward it? Are we so hungry or desperate for inspiration that we practice escapist activities, and that causes us to neglect the tangible and our responsibilities in real time? So it seems that there is some evolution still unfolding here about how we kind of switch these functions, how we fluidly flow from one state into the next. And that's certainly connected to this other six, which is like a lower, you know, right? The six, the lovers, all of the minor sixes also connect back to this major six. So for this moment, we're looking at the part of the six narrative that has evolved is the mentality part. All right, so that leaves the, you know, the pentacles and the cups and the sword, or no, the wands rather, to explore here. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. How I can ease this process. How are you with just sort of leaping before you look, Virgo? Do you do that, or do you need to have everything planned out? Do you need to have the ending planned before you can take leave? And that's part of what this evolution has been. Do you need to have all of the loose ends tied up? Is there a lot of stress about when we can start over? These all really, I mean, of course, all of the cards that we pull in a spread are going to relate to one another, but these are having a very, like, obvious through line here in terms of newness, in terms of resetting, in terms of knowing when it's time to switch, knowing when it's time to jump, knowing when it's time to leap. Maybe we've been resistant to new beginnings. Maybe we've been resistant to jumping into new things. We're here in this Two of Pentacles. We want to, maybe we are really focused on having the roots all grown before we can grow these. And I'm just going to tell you, that's not how nature works, right? Nature doesn't grow all of the roots first and then establish bloom. It's a tandem process. It's a fluid process. A leaf grows, a root deepens. A new root grows, a new leaf, a new branch has the capacity to thrive. So we have to, or we're being called to perhaps, remember that nature operates with a sense of trust. Nature trusts its own timing. Nature understands that it's not going to have all its ducks in a row before spring comes. All right. So easing this process may look like asking questions of this resistance. Why am I resistant? What am I afraid of? That might be a long list of things, Virgo, but it's important to get a sense of what they are so that we can decide, all right, of those things that I feel unprepared for, or that I feel unready for, or that I'm afraid of, what of those things is it time for me to just cut loose and be free of? And what of those things is it time for me to, again, turn around and kind of double back on and get clear on? What does need more time and attention, and what is ready for me to be done with? That also fits into this plant analogy that we're making here in terms of leaves and new life. And when new life is coming in, sometimes old leaves die off, right? Those older leaves that have kind of served their purpose and have lived their life and are now kind of at the early end of the tree that we've left behind, those leaves often fall away. Sometimes branches die off and we need to trim them, right? And that's not a sign of failure. That's just a sign of the cycle of life, that's lived its purpose. So this Fool, and let's remember, we've got 2 major arcana cards here, so this is not something that's resolved in this cycle, right? We're opening up to or tapping into this kind of collective archetype here that you might see unfolding over the next several cycles. But we are bringing ease in by questioning where we are resisting, starting over, starting anew, and ultimately figuring out where in there we need to shift gears. Where have I been stuck in one function over the other? It's time for me to jump in and give that space. A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. I wondered when this would show up. This was on the bottom of the deck when I was starting to shuffle. So I love this because this feels very Pisces for you in terms of everything being in your 7th house, those one-on-one relationships, how you see yourself interacting with others. A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked is that you are open to all of these possibilities. And it's not a fearful set of possibilities. This is I've gotten clear on what I wish for, and I'm opening myself up to it. And I appreciate that the 8 of Cups that precedes this 9 is somewhat similar in nature to the 6 of Swords. And maybe why we saw the 6 of Swords rather than the 8 of Cups is because the farewell that you've evolved through already is the intellectual, mental side of things. And there's still an emotional attachment in the 8 of Cups. The 8 of Cups shows us really trying to stay in the moment before the moment is over. And we are sort of trying to prolong the ending by staying and watching. And it's almost like if I don't take my eyes off of this, then maybe this won't have to end. And yet something is very unfulfilling in the 8 of Cups. Something is not giving us what we've given it. And this is where in the 9, when we do the hard work of emotionally separating from what is no longer fulfilling us, we open ourselves up to hopefulness, to newness, to abundance. It may go with that expression that, you have to make room for what you're wishing for. And I think that is to say that you can't just hold on to what you've had, knowing that it doesn't work for you, and still wishing for something to be working. And that's not to say that once we completely sever from something, that new thing immediately arrives. Again, that mentality you've already mastered of, all right, I have gotten through the sense of what I can apply my mental energy to. What is worth it for me to apply my mental energy to? So we're focusing on the emotional part over here. We're focusing on where is my heart? And what does my heart feel is possible? And does my heart feel like I can let go and still trust that something good that I desire can come through? Okay. This is all really beautifully connected to this too, right? Kind of similar to like we have to let go of those old branches, like I just talked about. As things are growing, as that cycle of growth and death is unfolding, as new roots spread, and that allows for support of new branches, old branches die off, and that's not a bad thing. That's just the natural cycle of things. Can we trim away those old branches that are no longer giving life to the plant so that we can open up to all the new possibilities of what could grow in its place? Okay, let's roll these dice and see what else we are telling you about today. This makes a lot of sense for these broader narratives we are exploring this season. It makes a lot of sense as a Virgo to kind of say, I have mastered the emotional, or rather the mental side of things. I'm having a lot of trouble with the emotional side. I don't really want to look in there. I don't really want to go in there. If I go into my feelings, I'll get stuck into my feelings. If I go in there, then I'll stop being practical. All right, my love, like we gotta give space to all the functions though. Like you can't just be the like mentally sharp, practically grounded person. You have to have heart, right? That's why you have this Pisces 7th house. That's why you have, you know, what you don't allow yourself perhaps to experience emotionally. You are brought that emotion by your one-on-one relationships. So it makes sense that we need to kind of go in there and understand what's happening in there that might be causing us fear or that we might be avoiding. And really it just wants to be incorporated so that our emotions are part of our instinctual process. We have the sun moving through your 7th house. Absolutely. And let me think about how that's ruling your 12th house. So everything that the sun is doing this season in the 7th house will be unseen by your 12th house. But those one-on-one relationships where you experience connection to emotion and vitality in that way through other people directly feeds into your 12th house of mental health and what you think it all adds up to in the end. So really pay attention to those relationships and the quality of those relationships at this time. Whether they are part of what you are debating needing to move away from or start over, whether they are supporting you in you exploring starting over in these other places, just getting a sense of what happens there and maybe trying to become aware of how that impacts your sense of perspective on the broader world. We have 10, so let's chat about that first quarter moon happening in your 10th house in Gemini. And we'll also weave in that third quarter moon in Sagittarius in the 4th house, right? This whole lunation cycle is hitting all your angles. So this is a really potent and revealing cycle time for you. That first quarter moon in Gemini is, well, let me talk about the third quarter moon first, because that's going to happen first, actually. It goes Virgo full moon, Sag third quarter moon, Pisces new moon, and then Gemini first quarter. So let's talk about this Sag third quarter moon first. What are you releasing in Sag, right? We talked about some of those we talked about Venus sort of releasing things to the South Node in your 2nd house. We talked about Jupiter kind of carrying on those orders, right? Mercury not really seeing what Venus is doing, but Mercury ruling your chart as well as that first quarter moon and making that sextile to Jupiter. Jupiter's been talking to Venus through that square, and so Jupiter is able to kind of pass on the message to Mercury about what's important. And so Jupiter has you releasing some old stories around your emotional body, right? We're talking about these emotions. Where have you maybe like suppressed your emotional needs? Where has the narrative informed you that you are not allowed or like not connected to that or not allowed to listen to that? What kind of origin story material is coming up for you at this time that it's time to make peace with and part ways with? What about your connection to family or like homeland, if that applies to you? What kind of stories are showing up there, and how do they connect to this narrative for you? And then later, opposite that, 2 weeks later, when we have the Gemini full moon, again ruled by So that one will be ruled by Mercury while it's ruling your chart, right? Then what does that open up for you in terms of information you're gathering about where you're going next and what you're known for, right? What do people see me growing? How do people describe me as a person? What do they know me as? This, again, is Gemini, like as a card. So we might be really focusing on this duality. How do people talk about my flexibility? What dual roles do I play? And that might be something that you really explore over the course of this season, since that's going to be the last lunation of this season before we enter Aries. So, all right, cool. I'm excited to see how you navigate this narration, Virgo. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We will talk about Aries season next time and explore that 8th house stuff that's been going on for you with the North Node there. So I hope to see you there. Okay, welcome Libra to your Pisces season forecast. As we explore Pisces season, we are looking at the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, Saturn, and Neptune, and eventually Venus, all in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We see the North Node meeting Chiron and awaiting Mercury in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business, or enemy. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, my ancestors. We see the 1st quarter moon in your 9th house of faraway travel, religion, philosophy, how you make meaning of the world, higher learning. We have a full moon in Virgo in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all adds up to in the end, me and my maker, isolation versus solitude, mental health. The South Node, as you know, is in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. We see the 3rd quarter moon in your 3rd house of communication, the mind, immediate environment, peers, siblings. Did I just say communication? Probably. Okay, we've got, last but not least, your chart ruler, Venus, hanging out with and meeting up with Mars, and hanging out with Pluto in your 5th house of true love, of self-expression, of joy, play, and children, and also gambling. Let's not forget that. All right, so we are pulling for prompts, a part of me that has evolved, a part of me that is catching up, how I can ease this process, a sign that this evolution is unfolding unblocked. We will look at the bottom of the deck for what is underneath the themes opening up this season, and we'll roll the dice to see whatever else we need to know at this time, whatever else in here is especially significant or important. Okay. Excuse me. There we go. And Queen of Swords. Aren't we though? Isn't that just the vibe for Libra risings? Yeah. And just all Libra placements at this moment. South Node is just bringing up all the past. We are thinking about this season how resilient we are and have become. We are thinking about how we can embrace all of our emotion and yet we can still see clearly. We are not allowing anything to penetrate our perspective. We are not gullible to the influences around us. We are sharp. And yes, sometimes that causes us pain within ourselves. This journey is hard. This journey is arduous. This journey takes so much stealing of the self, so much finding of empowerment, right? And hence the tears. And also the butterfly. It's a transformational process to become the Queen of Swords, to transform the mind, to be self-contained in that way, yet still open to new insight and ideas. Okay, let's see what else we got going on here that supports this narrative. Let me adjust my light a little bit. That wasn't quite what I wanted. That's a little bit better. Okay, that'll do for now. All right, so a part of me that has evolved. Ooh, child. Okay, I hear that. Oof. I'm a Libra. I'm a Libra rising this solar return. I'm wrapping up as I head into my next one. And yeah, you know, I've been along this journey with you this year. It's been a hell of a ride. The part of you that has evolved is, I'm going to go ahead and guess, this will be our first interpretation of this, you have recognized when the F you need to stop fighting. You have recognized when situations are no longer going to progress. You have evolved to understand when it's time to walk away. We don't do that until we find the 6. And don't worry, someone else has already gotten that card for this period, so we're not going to see that here. But we have evolved in this sense of recognizing where maybe we resist, recognizing that things are what they are. Maybe we've been hanging on and just trying and trying and trying. Maybe people keep putting up swords and we keep thinking, but I'm going to find my way around. Eventually, I'm going to find a way through. I'm going to just bring sweetness. Guess what? Venus ain't got the sweetness. All right? Venus has not had sweetness for you in the past 6 months. And you have felt those consequences. You have felt that solitude. You have felt that neglect. You have felt that pain being out here with this Venus out here in these streets. And you've come to realizations about, you know, what keeps me trying? What is it that I'm scared of more than the fear I have about what I'm encountering right now? What is it about this situation that scares me more than leaving it? What keeps me here? What has conditioned me to stay here and keep trying when all the signs are telling me there's no way forward? Okay, and where has there been resistance within me? Where do I beat myself up? Is another interpretation. I have evolved out of this pattern of beating myself up, of getting into arguments with myself, of self-punishing behavior. Okay, let's see what else we have here. A part of me that is catching up. I'm still figuring out how to get the car running to drive away from this scene. So, no 6 of Swords here, right? This is a much bigger archetypal journey that you're on right now. The part of you that is evolving is maybe, or that is still catching up, right? Like, that seems so funny to me that I use the phrase catching up in this prompt, because we just finished the Chariot year. So for all intents and purposes, we should think that we've got this on lock. We're like, okay, I'm good. It's most of the way through February, so I definitely got this Chariot shit figured out. But Libra, you had a bonanza with your Taurus ruler Venus again in the past 6 months. And so, and like before that too, 6 months ago was just when the retrograde began. But before that, Venus was encountering all the squares to Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus before she was even retrograde. So it makes sense that we would be catching up on this right now. I am figuring out, I'm still aligning my conscious and unconscious processes. I'm still getting in touch with the nuance of what I need to hear or know or recognize to feel ready to move, right? I am still catching up on the idea that I have power and agency to drive away. And I'm still catching up on the part that's going to motivate me to do it. I might tell anyone else in this situation that they deserve better and they should go, but I'm still here. And I have learned that it's time for me to step away, or I have learned when this moment arises that there's no way forward for me, but I'm still working on the part where I'm in the getaway car. We're still trying to line up that agenda there. But it really is about motivation. What do I need to connect with drive-wise? And maybe this is the conjunction to Mars. Maybe Mars is a big critical part of this story, right? Where am I still kind of resisting getting clear on my motivation because I am a pacifying person and I try to keep the balance and I don't want to think about being the one to walk away first? What's going to compel me to do that? How I can ease this process. Okay. Well, I think about Venus and Mars again here in terms of the new cycle they're beginning. And this is also Venus clearing out finally those final squares, right, to Jupiter and Uranus before moving into Pisces, where Venus gets to be renewed and like revitalized and have new life breathed into her atmosphere. So thinking about what new possibilities await you once you get into the getaway car, thinking about all of the new opportunities that await you and the possibilities of what can grow. This is a dead ass field. This grass is dry. This grass could start a fire. Nothing's trying to grow here. That's kind of the point. Nothing can grow here. This is barren land. Thinking about what, and even within you, like what internal resources could you cultivate by taking this space, by allowing, by catalyzing this motivation? What, that's a good way to motivate a Venus. Like, what new things can I experience? What new connections can I feel? What new opportunities for like me to enjoy my things, my surroundings, tactile sensations? I don't want to say, I'm hesitating, I'm trying to stop short of the like trope that Venus is materialistic, but this is absolutely like, I need to know that in my body I feel safe. Okay, let's back up from materialistic and just talk about security. Like, Venus wants security. What new opportunities for security are going to become available to me if I hop in this getaway car? I'm going to stick with the getaway car because this really feels like a crime. Okay. This is a crime scene, and Libra, you are the victim. And I don't mean that in a like negative or derogatory, like I'm not, this is for anyone who feels any type of way about the word victim. What I mean to say is you have been subjected to a lot of chaos, and you may have been complicit in some of how it's unfolded, and that's what the South Node in Libra is showing you. Where is it that I show up for the chaos? But you've also been recognizing where there's a whole lot of chaos that exists outside of you that you show up for. And this is where we're asking why. Why? What new resources outside of me, within me, are going to be capable of growing once I leave behind this barren field? A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Do we dare? Wow, what a card to show. Okay, yeah, wow, all right. Congratulations, Libra, you get the jackpot today. I told you the 5th house was about gambling, and you have won the big prize. Okay, and that's a lot of why this conversation is unfolding this season too. All these planets are in your 5th house of true love and self-expression and how you offer your affection to people. The 7th house is where we marry people, is where we officially partner with people, but how we get there starts in the 5th house. I see someone that reminds me of I see someone who brings out the best in me. Could be the connection from the 5th house to the 1st house. The 1st house is me, how I move through the world. The 5th house is someone brings out the good in me. Someone brings out my best self-expression. That is the 5th house. So all these conversations, these potent conversations, this reunion between Venus and Mars, this Venus and Mars passing through Pluto at 0 degrees while entering Aquarius shortly before Pisces season started. All of that in your 5th house is activating this conversation of, whoa, I'm not feeling what I'm supposed to be feeling in here. I'm not an equal in this space. I'm not able to express my love and affection in a way that feels good to me. I'm expressing myself and I'm being met with power struggles. I'm expressing myself and I'm being met with anger and vitriol. I'm expressing myself and I'm not feeling the love. Here's the love. A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked is that you feel connected to emotional abundance. You feel connected to affection. You feel connected to These are all the people in my sphere whom love me reciprocally, and I feel bountiful. This is certainly a card about like family. So we might see a partner in the Two of Cups, right? That's like that one-on-one space. And this is a bit bigger than that. It certainly typically involves that person or those people if we are partnered with multiple people. That certainly is part of this image, but it's also everything that is created from that love, right? You may see cards where like babies are in the Ten of Cups, and babies signify, of course, like the joy, hopefully in an ideal situation, that emerges from the union of two souls, right? So sometimes we see babies in this card. You know, I brought in some babies. They're not quite literal babies, they're cherubs, and they're celebrating. And that's absolutely some of the essence of this card, is there's like something heavenly happening here. There's something divine. So obviously the ideal situation would be, girl, dump him, hop in the getaway car, thinking about all the new experiences you're going to have, and you'll recognize that it's all unfolding as it should be when you find yourself surrounded by like your new family and like your new joy. Okay. Real straight up interpretation of this. Absolutely. Maybe this represents being on the journey toward this destination, right? It's possible that this could all happen for you in the span of 1 month. I would love that for you. But being a Capricorn, like, I'm going to be a little more realistic. So I'm going to think about, and also like, you know, we need space. Like y'all need space to like start over. Like this is a new start. Okay. So like, don't necessarily just jump from one situation into the next, hoping that it's going to save you. That's just more Libra South Node nonsense that you don't need in your life. All right. We are figuring out for ourselves what we need, what we want, what's going to feel good. And that might be some of what's carried into this card. I am figuring out right now what feels good. I'm figuring out right now what this is going to look like for me. So we might be in the vision board process of, you know what, I have a clear idea of what's in front of me, and it's not it. This is about like as far, I want to be as far away from this as possible moving forward. I am going to hop in this car again and start moving toward this destination, getting an idea of what this looks like. And it makes a lot of sense to think about, okay, I'm tuning into myself for a bit. Again, like being alone for a little bit. Full moon in Virgo, your 12th house. You got to focus on your mental health right now. Like it's not about anyone else. Wait till that full moon eclipse in Libra to pop off and be like, I'm out here. What's up? But like for you in this moment, this season, sun's in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Full moon is in your 12th house of mental health. Take some care of yourself. Let yourself like collage about what you want this to look like. Recognize that it's coming towards you. And this also, you know, the prompt doesn't say that it promises it in the span of this period. So I'm going to let myself off the hook there. It says that this will be a sign that the evolution is unfolding unblocked. So that means you will, this, when you feel this, when you start thinking about this, when you start gathering clues about what this looks like, when you start recognizing this on the horizon somewhere in the distance, even just feeling yourself in the car on the way to the waterfall, like thinking about and recognizing this is a sign that I'm embracing my evolution and I'm not fighting it anymore. Okay. Definitely makes a lot of sense that we see the Queen of Swords here. This, a lot of this, enduring this for however long you have, has absolutely brought you to this place. You have had to steel yourself, again, in the face of all this conflict, whether it's you against you, you against your partner, you against, you know, we can guess at your partner since the south, the north node's up there. It's like we're trying to usher in some new one-on-one vibes, okay? Whether it's like you and your friends, whatever this dynamic is, wherever it shows up, it has driven you to the point where you've had to become this protected person. And that's a difficult journey, but that's also, we should be self-contained. right? And I think Libra can have a real big issue with that. Libra gives away a lot of power. So it's important for it to be in a place of being self-contained. This journey may have been necessary. It's been painful. And maybe not all of it needed to happen the way that it did. But you arriving at this place and being this strong, sturdy person has absolutely been important. And we can recognize where this fits in here. My instincts keep telling me to come back here. My intellect keeps telling me to keep working this out. Keeps saying, you know, Libra's an air sign. I can keep thinking about it. I can keep saying things. I can keep communicating about it until these swords soften for me. And those instincts are like, girl, you in danger. Okay? Like, girl, this again, like, this ain't it. And what are we not listening to? Obviously, the Chariot leads right into strength. So it makes sense that we're catching up on this part in order to feel like we're fully now embracing the strength lessons. And the moon is like, come inside and understand why you want to stay here or what this dynamic is for you. And then let's embrace this so that we can move forward. Jupiter is hanging out in your 8th house, and maybe there's a lot of fear about what I'm going to have access to resource-wise, right? Those are shared resources. Jupiter is going to be ruling your chart ruler soon, moving through that 6th house. And that tells me that money should come to you with a little more ease. Like money in the, like Venus in the 6th house is like, I don't have to work as hard to make this happen. Take advantage, maybe pay attention to that timing and take advantage of opportunities that arise there, especially regarding the Ace of Pentacles. Libra, your 1st house. We are shedding. Like, think about this as kind of like the critical mass point of this Libra South Node journey. We are halfway through just about. The South Node, North Node at 16 degrees, so we're almost halfway through. Think about who you've become in this time since July and focus on what you want to release in order to free up more for yourself. And we're focusing back on the 12th house. I knew that 12th house full moon was going to be important. Definitely give yourself space around that to grieve. Like, this is a moon that's pointing out everything that's coming to an end before the new moon, or the full moon happens in your 1st house. And there's a big sense of release. So maybe take inventory of like what's happening in your mental health, what things you're ready to end. And so by the time the Libra full moon comes, you have that offering ready to go. And you're like, take it away, South Node. Like, I'm moving towards this 10 of Cups. I'm in the car. I'm ready to go. All right, Libra. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. Next month, we will talk about that Libra full moon eclipse happening in your 1st house. So I hope to see you there. It's going to be lit. All right. Welcome, Scorpio, to your Pisces season forecast. As we explore Pisces season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, and eventually Venus, all in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, children. The North Node and Chiron await Mercury eventually in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We've got Jupiter and Uranus in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business. There's a 1st quarter moon in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, my ancestors. We've got a full moon in your 11th house of friends and communities, hopes and dreams for the future, and grandchildren. We've got the South Node in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, mental health, solitude versus isolation. We have a 3rd quarter moon in your 2nd house of my stuff, my resources, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. And last but not least, we see Venus hanging out with your chart ruler Mars, hanging out with Pluto, all in your 4th house of emotional body, home, origin story, land, lineage. Okay, we are reading for some prompts. We will be asking about a part of me that has evolved, a part of me that is catching up, how I can ease this process, and a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Okay, we will be looking at the bottom of the deck to see what themes, or like what lies beneath the themes that are emerging this season. And we'll roll our dice to find out anything else we need to know, anything particularly significant or interesting in here. Bam. Ooh. Wheel of Fortune, baby. Okay. So you've been putting in the work, right? You've been doing the do. You've been, man, especially with your chart ruler Mars going over Pluto, right? And then awaiting this like highly anticipated conjunction with Venus. It seems like there's a lot in motion and you are kind of waiting to see if the work you've put in is going to pay off in the way that you anticipate. If you've been a slacker Scorpio, then you may recognize that the wheel is spinning and you are putting in the hustle right now to try to kind of make things pan out the way you want that maybe you were behind on, or you've kind of been trying to figure out, and now you are here in this moment putting in this work to make things happen. Let's see what else we are looking at in this moment. Okay, a part of me that has evolved. Oh, I wondered who would get the Tower this season, and it's the Mars ruled people. Shocking. Okay, a part of me that's evolved. Yeah, let's talk about that. Like, North Node's in your 6th house of like time, routine, and the body. Maybe you've really evolved in the way that you manage the fire that flows through you, right? To be Mars ruled is to be pretty robust, to be very strong and connected to our urges and connected to our anger and figuring out how to express that. And we're seeing a very clear connection here between the Tower and strength. Absolutely. Also because the Tower is 16 and strength is 8, and so there's like a Tower is like double strength in that sense. So beneath the Tower lies strength. So you've evolved in this understanding. Maybe you've been grappling with a lot of big emotions, and maybe historically you've had trouble expressing them in a way that feels good and makes sense to you. Maybe you've had a hard time having these Martian needs acknowledged, or you did not grow up with a good modeling for what responding to Martian urges should look like in a responsible manner. However this has looked for you, maybe it's even I've evolved by I've survived the hardest, right? The Tower is sometimes not something that emerges from us. It can be. We can resist it. Maybe you've evolved in letting go of that resistance and saying, okay, you know what? I've been trying to fight this like explosion or this evolution, and you know what? I can't anymore. I can't keep this inside. Maybe again, there's like I've changed how I've responded to events happening outside of me. I am no longer kind of enrobed in the chaos. I feel like I am mastering these events that have come to kind of like catalyze me in some way. A part of me that is catching up. Ooh, 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 we're going to step back, aren't we? We're going to step back. Yeah, we sure are. Let's also embrace kind of the like general trajectory here, which is kind of interesting. We have the Devil, which precedes the Tower. And we don't have the star here. We had that last season, right? That was Aquarius. But we kind of pass over the star and we are looking at the moon, which follows, and which shows us like, okay, so you have found hope. Now you need to go within and like really embrace your full self to bring this whole narrative, like to really make it pop. We really gotta look at that part. So the Devil here, the part of me that's still evolving, I'm still getting clear on what I feel bound to that I don't need to feel bound to, actually. I'm getting clear on where I tell myself I'm stuck in a situation that I actually have options to get out of. Getting a little bit of 8 of Swords energy here in terms of like, oh, I'm trapped and I can't look at anything because then I'll see that I have some control, or I'll be so scared. Right? I'll be so scared if I look at what's really happening here. There is certainly a vibe of like, if I actually recognize that I have agency, then that means I have to do something about this. And maybe we're still in a place where we're resisting that. I'm not ready to acknowledge that there's a way out. I'm not ready to do the work of finding that way out. Some part of this process we are still in the midst of, and that's okay. Look, we started off with 2 major arcana cards. We've got a major arcana card under the deck. You're in a bigger moment than just this moment, right? So we are not in judgment. We're shifting out of any judgment we carry about what it is that we still feel bound to. Because guess what? This is a really traumatizing world that absolutely makes a point to condition us to feel this sense of being trapped. There are many things we cannot step away from in the world we live in right now. We are bound to certain systems that we have no other avenues of acquiring resources we need around these systems. So, Scorpio, it's really important for you to get clear on what can I walk away from versus what's really, truly something I have to adhere to. Because if we lump it all together, then we're a really chill sob story, right? We're like, I can't do anything about that because like the world is complicit and everything's terrible. All right, bro. Well, with that mentality, we're not going to get anywhere, right? And that's not what we're about, because we're trying to tackle this strength issue. And the moon is certainly saying, listen, there's resistance inside you and you don't want to go in there to find out what's really going on. And it's easier to ignore that and stay out of it and resist it. But also this, all right, if we want to maintain this evolution, we're going to have to tackle this in order to like allow this process, this sequence to unfold. How I can ease this process. Ooh, love that for you. I'm like full moon in the 11th is what this is pointing to me. Scorpio, you typically don't want attention for things unless like you've got your Mars in Leo maybe like at the top of your chart, and that could definitely be someone who's like, I want everyone to know all my secrets, and like if that's a vibe for you, that's awesome, go for it. But for most of y'all, you are not necessarily trying to be out here and like be seen in that way, and maybe you resist celebrating yourself. The full moon in your 11th house is certainly asking you to allow yourself to be seen by your friends, to allow yourself to be seen by your community, to allow them to remind you of how great you are, of what you've brought to them, of what you contribute to them currently, of the potential of what you will contribute in the future. Maybe you want to celebrate yourself. Maybe it's not something external. Maybe this 5th house transit for you and all these planets in your 4th house too, right? Including your chart ruler, are like, I need to acknowledge what I've accomplished for me. You've been through a lot, right? You've graduated, the South Node being in your 1st house. Like you have endured a lot over the past couple of years. You are now getting this new start with Venus, which is absolutely a celebratory energy. And so maybe you just want to do a little bit of like recapping that for you and just saying, I'm proud of me, boo. I've done it. I'm awesome. And I feel proud of myself. So whatever that kind of celebration looks like for you, but I would definitely encourage you to lean into that 11th house space and to allow your friends to really celebrate you so that you can kind of feel that sense of, I have accomplished things. I have moved away from things that I felt trapped by. If I can't remember it in this moment, my friends are reminding me, and they are celebrating the fact that I have endured a lot and overcome a lot, and I can continue that journey. A sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Ooh, love that for you. I'm getting Jupiter vibes in your 7th, especially because Jupiter's ruling everything in Pisces in your 5th house of true love. So a sign that this evolution is unfolding, look at how we've moved from the Tower to the 2 of Cups. We can even think about the traditional Rider-Waite image of the devil, where there's a, maybe we'll say male and female. There are 2 figures bound to the devil in the center on either side. And they are naked like they are in the Lovers, right? And the 2 of Cups is often thought of to be as like the card kind of a step below the Lovers in terms of like romance and intimacy. And this is a card about intimacy. So we've moved from, and we are currently moving from, energy that is divisive, that is separative, energy that, that's Mars, right? Like Mars is a separative energy. But if that's taken over so much of your life and you've just gotten the hang of, okay, I can contain this and temper it and understand it and wield it in a way that is empowering to me rather than letting it wield me. We're still focusing on this, but I'm bound to these things that keep me trapped here. And, you know, maybe this is a job that you hate, but like you need to make money, right? Maybe this is like some family situation that you just have to endure and there's not really a way out of because it's what you need to take responsibility for. Figuring out where we can cut out excuses from there, or like cut back on the coping mechanisms that continue to harm us, that we adopt in the face of doing what we don't like, that's where we create more room for intimacy. These are all things that keep us away from connecting people in a way that we want to. These are things that keep us from being genuine in our interactions with other people. And watching this arrive for you over this course of this evolution. And I love that it's really like, this is the current evolution, and this is how I'm going to know that it's happening. So I'm going to go from feeling bound to something, by feeling trapped by something, by feeling like I can't escape something, and by giving myself excuses to stay entangled in this thing that doesn't feel good. The more I do that work, the more I'm able to experience intimacy on a regular basis. This might be like, again, ooh, lava. Okay, Jupiter in your 7th house, ruling everything in your 5th house. Maybe there is a sense of like, true love is entering my orbit, and it's because I am separating from this idea that I can never have love as the person that I am because I'm not perfect, is a conditioning that could be present here. One of many. Or I don't have time for intimacy because my job is so demanding, right? This could be true love. This could just be recognizing, again, that 7th house space contains all kinds of one-on-one relationships. So it might be that you have more energy for your one-on-one friendships. You have more energy for like thinking about ideas with a business partner. If I hate this job and I'm convinced that it's keeping me from doing work that I really love, but I start to do the work of separating my attitude about this from like the reality, which is that, oh, hello, you're special, Scorpio. You get a visitor. All right, come here. There you go. Yeah. Okay. I'm keeping that all in here for you because I'm going to let you know all my secrets. Okay, so this could absolutely be like a 7th house vibe of just like, okay, what the thought that I was leading with. Yes, if this is a job that I hate and I'm convinced that it keeps me from pursuing something I would love to do on my own, then starting to separate your attitude about that from the reality of it may open you up to, oh, I have new ideas, and look at this person who could be a business partner with me, and look at all of the potential that we could start to discuss, right? So it doesn't have to be true love. It is very like emotionally fulfilling. Let's definitely embrace that. And even if we reverse this, then we can think about, well, a sign this evolution is unfolding unblocked is that I'm now able to reflect within myself about what I want my relationships to be like moving forward. Maybe I feel trapped in a relationship right now and I think there's no way out for me. But as this evolution unfolds, I'm getting clear on actually what I want those new relationships to look like, and feeling inspired and connected to that possibility that's growing within us. Okay, it makes sense to see this Wheel of Fortune here. Again, like all these cards kind of line up together, and it does feel like a very timely moment, even though everything's so much bigger than you alone. So thinking about that Wheel of Fortune in the sense of like, okay, I've tempered this and I have a window of time to really help myself consciously get clear on this and work on this. If I don't work on this soon, then I may miss the opportunity that is going to come try to find me in this moment. If I don't work on this catching up right now, if I don't get clear on where I've told myself intellectually that I have to do something that my instincts don't want to do, and if I've let my instincts overtake things in response to what I have conditioned myself to think I'm bound to, then and I don't put in the work to change that soon, I might lose something, I might miss out on something, I might not get that chance to celebrate or be celebrated. I might get kind of lost in this moon journey and not really go within in order to see everything within myself that wants to be acknowledged, that yearns to be embraced, so that I can show up for this celebration as well as this intimacy with a clear and ready heart, right? Okay. Ooh, super casual Scorpio, soups cash, totally. And that might be what Saturn is up to in your 5th house, right? What is Saturn trying to build in my 5th house? Well, it's trying to get me to take my self-expression seriously. It's trying to get me to structure how I offer my love to people. And if I'm kind of like loosey-goosey about that, like, where's your Jupiter? You know, if I'm like, if my Jupiter's in detriment and I'm like, I never have enough to feel like I can offer my love, that's something that Saturn's like, boo, we got to talk about that, right? Like, we need to get clear on that, because that attitude is not actually real. And that is something that's inhibiting you from embracing this. And that's what Pluto's going to spend the next 20 years doing in your 5th house. No, in your 4th house, rather. Pluto's going to be like, what are your feelings about this? And like, what power do you have over your feelings? And what power do your feelings have over you? And how does that all impact you, right? I imagine Pluto's going to square your ascendant at some point during this journey. And that's going to be all about, what is the power within you, and where is that being kind of disrupted by how you show up in the world? Okay, so we're definitely starting off, wow, that dice. Okay. We're going to play it as it lands, and it was with the South Node, okay, in your 12th house, all right. Clearing out all of that, like, kind of karmic nonsense. You have a chance to start over, perhaps, right? That South Node in the 12th house might be like, ooh, let's bring some old narratives to the surface to really process whether or not we've let go of them in this lifetime. These might be carried over from previous lifetimes if you're so inclined. So this idea that like something needs to be freed. And I'm thinking about Venus in your 5th house making it, in your 4th house rather. I don't know why I keep doing that. Venus in your 4th house making a trine to that South Node in the 12th house, and like really allowing that emotional release. Kind of like, oof, these are not things like schemas I want to live within. These are not rules I want to live by at this point in my life. It's time for me to let that go. We see Cancer, okay, your 9th house, right? And that's ruled by all the moon lunations. So I like thinking about that through the lens of every lunation that happens. And let's focus on this season in particular, since this is where this is showing up for us. Every lunation that's going to happen this season, right, is going to impact my perspective on how I fit into the world around me. It's a very 9th house theme. It's going to shape my philosophy. It's going to shape my definition about what these shared experiences are and how I experience them personally, and how that relates to the context of other people's experiences. So really paying attention to those moon phases this season and thinking about, you know, the 9th house is absolutely where like our attitudes about the world are formed. The 3rd house is like attitudes in my neighborhood, attitudes about my peers, attitudes about people I know, my siblings. You know, that's where our minds begin to take shape. But how they are formalized and how they view the world that we live in is very 9th house. And we have 7. So really coming back to Jupiter and Uranus. And I think that Uranus might be something important to pay attention to as well. So really pay attention to what Jupiter's doing, thinking about that Pisces season, and getting clear on what kind of relationships you want in that 7th house space, right? The North Node just finished up in there. And so you're absolutely at a point where you can say, all right, I can think about what I want these one-on-one relationships to look like, and really focus on that to pull me through this. All right. Thank you so much, Scorpio, for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We'll talk about that North Node in your 6th house next time. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Sagittarius, to your Pisces season forecast. Okay. As we explore Pisces season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, Saturn, and Neptune. And eventually Venus, all in your 4th house of home, origin story, family, whatever that looks like to you, emotional body, connection to land and lineage. The North Node and Chiron await Mercury in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, children, gambling. We have your chart ruler, Jupiter, hanging out with Uranus in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We'll have a first quarter moon in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. The full moon will be in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation. The South Node is chugging along in your 11th house of friends, communities, hopes and dreams for the future. I think I said South Node, but if I didn't, South Node. We have a 3rd quarter moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. And last but not least, we see Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your 3rd house of neighborhood, peers, siblings, the mind, communication, immediate environment. Okay. And we are going to be working with, okay, just 2 of Wands, just in case we'll see if that shows up, but we're making plans. Okay, so we'll be working with some prompts today. We'll be asking about a part of me that has evolved, as well as a part of me that is catching up. All right, so where we've already evolved, we've landed, and what part of us is still making its way. We are going to ask about how I can ease this process and what this evolution will look like unblocked, how this evolution will unfold unblocked. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what lies beneath these themes that we're seeing unfold here this season. And we'll also roll our dice to just be alerted to anything significant or important here, or learn anything that hasn't shown up yet. Okay, super casual. All right, well, what do we think about this? We are in some sort of transformative place. I'm automatically drawn to think about Venus meeting Mars in your 3rd house, and Venus and Mars starting this new cycle. And Venus has been really exhausted, right? Venus has been exhausted, has spent the last 6 months kind of brushing off the drama of that Venus retrograde over the summer. Venus has been yearning for Mars this whole time, and finally they meet, and so they start this new cycle in that 3rd house space. Pluto's there, and they've just moved through that Pluto threshold as well. And this is all hanging out in your 3rd house of, the mind and communication. And I imagine that this new cycle that's beginning in your 3rd house of the mind and communication is certainly, in a big way, connected to the Pluto shift into that house, as well as what both planets have been picking up from moving through Pluto. Mercury also moved through here just a couple weeks back when it moved into Aquarius. So there's been a lot of focus on your 3rd house, and I wonder if there's something changing in your mind. Is there something shedding away around how you communicate or even how you think about things, right? We'll see if that shows up further, but there's some very big transformation happening here. This is going to take longer than this season, right? This is a major arcana card. This is not a minor card. This is not just something that's right in front of you in this moment. It's something that's developing and unfolding in front of you. But this season may see you addressing the bulk of it, right? And really just sort of surrendering to this sort of unknown state that is greeting you and releasing what no longer serves you. So let's see what else we have going on here. A part of me that has evolved. The 7 of Swords makes me think about the way you think and is pulling me back to the 3rd house. So we're going to stay there for a moment. Ooh, yeah, okay. So the 7 of Swords is sticky. It's not a pleasant feeling. Typically, this is described as someone's trying to get away with something around you, some situation that you're involved in, someone's pulling a fast one. This could also point to you pulling a fast one, right? You, Sagittarius, are sometimes stereotyped as a weaver of tall tales, of a kind of like gassing it up and making it bigger than life. It's one of Jupiter's gifts as well as curses, right? There's two sides to everything. So you could be the one who's trying to get away with something, or perhaps you may have been the one in some capacity, in some scenario. This can also point toward not fitting in. I am the odd one out. Everyone's kind of different than me and maybe like looking at me suspiciously or treating me differently, and I am kind of isolated in that sense. An extension of that, or a cousin of that, could be imposter syndrome. Maybe no one's actually treating me this way, but I perceive this to be happening. I feel that I'm an imposter. I feel that I'm out of place and I don't belong. So I'm curious to know what that might be about, but some part of you that has evolved surrounds this narrative. You might have been really confused about like who's lying. Am I complicit? Am I part of the lie? Am I lying to myself? Is this imposter syndrome? Do I belong here? And that part of you has found some answers. So what part of you is catching up? Okay, this card is typically connected to Virgo, and we have a full moon there. And that's your 10th house, which is kind of the opposite of what the Hermit signifies, which is like going within. I would sort of, if any house connected to this, I would think of it as the opposite in the 4th house. This is my private space. I'm going inside to kind of like reveal to myself the answers within. Whatever it is that I'm looking for exists within me. And so I'm going to go check out and head in there. So I'll see you later. In the 10th house, it's a much more visible space. This is where people talk about you. This is how your reputation is explored, perceived. This is where we see what you've been working on. So what you've been contributing to the world around you, the legacy you've been building in your lifetime, the perhaps career. Sometimes those things can overlap. Try not to hold it to too tight of a frame there, but those things can certainly be there. It's certainly what in this modern world we think of our reputation as what we do for work, right? Like that's the modern world. So some part of you that's evolving. Maybe the part of you that's evolving is the part that, okay. So, I'm getting some Mercury, Jupiter vibes, thinking about the sextile that they're going to have while Mercury's moving through Pisces. So something I could see for you, Sagittarius, this very outgoing, charming person who can absolutely win people over, but also be won over by people, right? Like it goes both ways. And I could see where you might be inclined to listen to other people about what you should be known for. Does that make sense? So we're kind of taking what I've just said about like, I would think that would be a more private space and something that might be just about how you do things, your recipe, your remedy, your approach, right? Virgo is the last kind of personal sign before we break into the us of Libra. So there's something very personal about what you do. And yet I wonder if there's, again, an inclination to defer to other people about either what they expect you to be doing or what you want them to be saying about you. This is just something I'm downloading right now based off of what we've kind of just explored here. So that's one interpretation. Maybe the part of you that's still evolving is the part of you that trusts yourself to go within to know where you should be going. Okay, that's one version. Maybe you as a Sag are really outgoing. Maybe all your planets are above the horizon and like you don't really give yourself solo time. But like as a Sag rising, you have a Scorpio 12th house. So like, and you have water dark houses. So like, do you resist going within? Are you just like out here, externalizing a lot and like not really feeling fulfilled, or not really feeling like you're getting the feedback or the answers that actually serve you? And are you resisting kind of like giving yourself those answers? Are you stuck in here? Has this imposter syndrome, or this someone getting away with something, or I'm the one getting away with something, and now I've evolved and I've outgrown this part of me, but I'm feeling some weirdness around it still? Are you kind of like isolating in here? Have you gone in here for a good reason, but now you're kind of you're extending the stay, and it might not be what is needed right now? Okay. How I can ease this process. Ooh, an invitation. Let's just talk about the fact that all of these, like this color palette is very similar, right? We've got the purple tones. We have this blush kind of sunset, sunrise vibe going on. Just gonna pat myself on the back for that. I love seeing that these connect, maybe in ways that I didn't even anticipate when designing this. But there is absolutely some grief that comes with evolving through the Seven of Swords. That's painful. I mean, there's already pain in here, so it's hard already. But maybe we didn't expect, or maybe we don't really think about the pain that comes from really leaving this behind, right? Like, there's a reason why, as we proceed into this suit, that we don't leave this behind, and instead we end up encapsulated by it. Like, we become trapped within it. Maybe kind of, you know, maybe that's why you're hanging out in here. You're like, I don't want to be trapped in that, but I don't really know what to do. I'm still evolving. There's grief in here. This is painful. If it's imposter syndrome, then I don't believe in myself, and that's painful. That's sad. That is sad for us to experience. If someone's pulling a fast one on us, if someone's been lying to us, if someone's trying to get away with something, then that's sad. Then I'm being taken advantage of. Then I'm being lied to. Then this is not what I thought it was. If I'm the one who's been lying, if I'm the one who's been trying to get away with something, then I have a lot of feelings about that. Maybe I feel some guilt. Maybe I feel some shame. Maybe I feel really confused about how I ended up here. I probably didn't realize I was this deep in it. And if I did, then that's also, that's another vibe in itself. I'm sad about that. I knew I was in it. I thought I was going to get away with it, and everyone found out, and I'm alone. Or I've been ostracized. I've been called out. There's grief, however way you slice this. And the way to ease this evolution for you, Sagittarius, is to lean into the grief. Is to acknowledge what has been lost, to acknowledge the pain that exists within you, to honor that, and to also allow yourself to fully move through the process. Are you stuck in here because you know there's grief and you don't feel ready to move through it? You don't know how to come out of the grief? Are you in here because you've been experiencing some sort of ostracization or like exile? Or because you've been called out? Are you hiding now? Are you hiding because you don't believe in yourself? Right? All of these things could cause us to hide. Everything that's possible here could cause us to hide. Am I really the odd one out? I'm the black sheep? Well, then I better stay guarded and close. Okay, all of that is grief. All of that brings us to grief. So the easing of this process is brought through acknowledging that, embracing that, moving through it, and ultimately allowing yourself to emerge on the other side, back to the light, in order to start over. So, you know, ease this by, like, confront the resistance if there's resistance, question that resistance, look inward and say, is hiding from this really, like, is the pain that I'm basically, like, sustaining by hiding worse than actually just confronting it and getting it over with? Because this is about getting it over with. It's like a two-step in here. A sign that this evolution is unfolding unblocked. I've been seeing a lot of the Six of Pentacles lately. The way it's been showing up for me might be kind of a surprise to throw in here, considering this has been very much about you, maybe about other people, right? There's a hint of other people here. I mean, I guess ultimately there's always other people involved, because if we are the one trying to get away with something, it's trying to get away with something around other people. If we feel like the imposter, then we are comparing ourselves to other people, right? If someone else is pulling a fast one on us, obviously that's another person. If we are the odd one out, then obviously that's us in contrast with the group. So, yes, I retract my surprise. But this all feels very personal, right? This all feels very much you-centered. And so I like that we're bookending this you-center with this idea of like equal relationships. A sign that is this evolution, that I'm ready to come back out and like, or that I know it's time to go in and find the answer within myself, right? Whichever way we're cutting this hermit space. I'll know that this evolution is unfolding unblocked when I feel myself comfortable in the flow of give and take. So where this has been showing up for me lately, and let me know how this lands for you, is that we, with the South Node in Libra in particular, in your 11th house of friends and community, we are letting go of relationships that are not equal or fair or balanced. We are calling out or calling in where we are feeling overstretched, where we are feeling that someone is taking more than we have to give, where we feel like it's really painful to ask or to have to ask. And that's definitely a signature of the Six of Pentacles. The Six, I don't think, is a static place. It's a place of balance. Sometimes we are the tree. Sometimes we have abundance. Sometimes we have a lot to offer. Sometimes we have a surplus. Now, unless we are like part of the elite or like the 1% or whatever, sometimes we also need. Sometimes we also need, right? And this is very true in our interpersonal relationships. That is why we connect with people, because we like to give, we like to be part of their world and part of their sense of being and their stability. And in exchange, we need, and we can't help but need. We're human. And again, unless you're like Jeff Bezos, and then like you don't need anybody. And that's a whole other YouTube video. So seeing this evolution unfold unblocked shows up for me here as being able to participate in both sides of this equation. Think about this. I don't have anything to give. I'm an imposter. I don't trust anyone to be able to give anything to me because I've been lied to in the past. I've been hurt before. I shouldn't even bother showing up because I have been caught acting in an unsavory manner, and now I don't feel like I'm allowed at the cookout anymore, or like at the flea market or the farmer's market or at the the clothing exchange, whatever your community is doing. Okay, so this applies to a lot of different relationships. This is one-on-one relationships. And we have a first quarter moon happening in your 7th house, right? This is definitely your 11th house relationships. Like, this is definitely I'm seeing a lot more about like what this is. Are we fake friends, right? Are we fake friends, and like you've been lying to me and I've been lying to you, and we've just kind of been like, yay, shake hands and kiss babies, and like, nothing means anything, and like when it really comes down to it, neither of us can show up for this exchange. That's a bummer, right? So this makes a lot of sense, and also connects me to what Jupiter is up to in your 6th house of service to others. That's the house of unequal relationships. So for like the almost past year or so, you've been doing a lot more for others. And it may have been very thanklessly, it turns out. It might be like, oh, turns out that when shit gets real, no one else turns up for me. Okay, so yes, Pisces, this 4th house transit, certainly a hermit, like that's certainly a hermit vibe, right? So perhaps as you are going through Pisces season, you are seeing this hermit story evolve, and then seeing the implications of it when the full moon shows up in the 10th house. Thinking about, what do I need in my private world? And do I really care about what's happening in the public sphere right now and what people say about me? let me remind you that Mercury ruling that Virgo moon is going to be in Pisces, in the imagination place. So that full moon's not going to be the one of like, everything went perfectly, right? So you might be seeking your own answers. 9, thinking about your 9th house, which is Leo. And that's where Venus was retrograde this year, right? And so when I talk about that rough retrograde, that's like, oh, no one out here is thinking like me. No one out here shares this definition of what should be. No one honors who I am, Leo, out here in the broader world. Venus is ruling Jupiter, who's ruling your chart, right? So, and also the South Node. So this is where Venus is like, it's time to sever ties with people who aren't showing up for me. And we see Mercury, and that's definitely who is ruling that moon. Mercury's going to be a little bit like off kilter in Pisces, but in a very sweet way. And it makes sense that this would be a time to tend to these emotions. Like, let yourself feel this grief while all these planets are in your 4th house. This is the time. This is when you are within yourself. You are at home and like tuning into your emotional body. So let that process unfold, okay? So that when we emerge in your 5th house and we embrace this North Node and Chiron story, we can really like make peace with it. All right. Thank you, Sagittarius. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We'll see you next season to talk about that 5th house space and how it's affecting your self-expression and play. All right, so I'll see you there. Okay, Capricorn, welcome to your month, your Pisces season forecast. Month ahead. Okay, what up, fellow Caps? Every time I get to this part, I'm like, what is this going to tell me as well? I'm here with you, Capricorn. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, so as we explore Pisces season, we are looking at the sun, the new moon, Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, and eventually Venus, all in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, siblings, peers, neighborhood, immediate environment. We see the North Node and Chiron awaiting Mercury's eventual arrival into your 4th house of home, family, origin story, lineage, land. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your 5th house of self-expression, joy, play, children, gambling. The 1st quarter moon is in your 6th house of time, health, routine, and the body. Meanwhile, the full moon is in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, philosophy, religion, how we make meaning of the world. We've got the South Node in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. Also traditions, whatever that means to you. There's a 3rd quarter moon in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all adds up to in the end, me and my maker, mental health. If a tree falls in the woods and it's just me, was it real? Lastly, I was like, huh. Getting deep. Lastly, we have Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your 2nd house of my stuff, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make more money. We're going to answer some prompts today. We are asking about a part of me that has evolved, as well as a part of me that is catching up. We are looking at how I can ease this process and how this evolution will unfold unblocked, like a sign that this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Okay, so we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what lies beneath the themes coming up this season. And we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know, what might be particularly of interest or significant. Okay, Shabu. Whoa! All right. Yikes-a-bee. All right, so yeah, like we are feeling it. maybe we've been feeling it. I mean, let's talk about the Chiron North Node conjunction in the 4th house of emotional body. Like, you've been feeling something, right? Like, you've been feeling perhaps something in your day-to-day life currently, or in your home life currently, in your themes of family, or within your emotional body, that might be connected to something unresolved from the past, something that you might just be coming to terms with now, or like finding the words for now, or even realizing that you experienced at some point. Maybe something dormant within you has been awoken, and there's something painful about that that's happening. And maybe that is contributing to this feeling of the 9 of Swords. Maybe that's relieving that feeling of the 9 of Swords. Maybe you've been feeling that bit of ache, that knowing that something is off, that feeling of like being unsettled, and you haven't known how to confront it or address it or name it. And maybe this season sees you doing that. And again, maybe you've seen yourself do that already. We'll kind of see what's been evolving here. And maybe this is something you're now getting clear on or stepping away from over this month, because you are figuring out how to confront these feelings, or how to address or name these feelings, share these feelings. Thinking about this as a Cap rising, these nodes are squaring your ascendant. They may have squared it already. They may be approaching to square. Maybe it's squaring right this moment. That's tense. That's a time of choice. I'm moving away from who I've been to other people, both in the world and one-on-one, and I'm reshaping what that looks like based on something that is happening very deeply and like privately within me. Okay, so let's see what's going on. A part of me that has evolved. Yeah. So this certainly connects with what I was just exploring there. Has something been popping up in your like kind of ether radar? Your emotional radar is going off and you're like, something is wrong, or something requires a choice. I feel something, right? There's a reason why like we're here. We wouldn't be here if we didn't feel anything. But I don't know if what I'm feeling is real. I don't know if I'm able to rely on the information that is flooding me right now. I don't know if it's okay for me to act on this information. There's a lot that could be happening here in the Two of Swords. Our intuition is just a sliver. So we have a little bit of light, but we don't necessarily know what it's going to turn into, and we don't know if we can trust it. It feels like we kind of have to choose a weapon, but ultimately we have to go through the same tunnel. And so there may be resistance and hesitation until I know for sure what's going on. That feels very South Node in the 10th, South Node in Libra. Shout out to anyone going through their nodal return, because this shit's bananas. Really caring a lot about what other people are saying, or really caring about having enough evidence, whatever that looks like to you. It looks like nothing, because there never is enough, and that keeps us in paralysis. That keeps us in the hesitation place. There's never enough evidence to justify my decision. I always need more. Okay, so we've evolved out of this, right? Some part of us has evolved. Whether we've been really stuck in this place of resistance and that's been cranking up the anxiety, something here has evolved in some capacity. So we're somewhere along that journey. We're no longer just in the stuck place where we can't choose what to do with what we now know. We have named it, and we've at least named it. Let's say at a bare minimum we've named something. That feels very North Node conjunct Chiron. Aha! This is what's happening. So I've named it. Maybe I have started to figure out some words around it, around how it feels, around how it's impacting me now, around what remains unresolved. Maybe I'm going a step further and I'm addressing that thing. right? Maybe there's some decision being made about it. Okay, so those are some possible spheres that we could be going through. But at the very least, we have chosen our stance. We've taken a sword and we've made our way through this tunnel at this point in time. Okay, so kudos for that. Now, what is catching up? A part of me that's catching up. Okay, I've done the hard, scary thing. At least in the sense of like understanding what's actually happening, trusting my instincts about it, knowing that something must be done. What is that thing? Maybe we've been in such a state of pain that we're not even sure like what new possibility is around us at this time. Maybe we're like, this is so stressful. I've been so caught up in this. I haven't even gotten an idea of like what, I'm not even tapped into what I love right now. Maybe the part of us that's returning is like, I've gone through this hard thing. I've traveled through this tunnel and I'm recognizing that I actually can feel a sense of newness within me. I'm thinking about all the firehouses being dark houses. Those are such magical spaces. Like, we are so practical on the outside and then like so imaginative and just like creative on the inside, and like we're so amazing. But truly, like, the most magical things occur in those most private, transformative spaces, whether we're alone in the 4th house or whether we are alchemizing with another in the 8th house, whether we're communing with God or the creator, in quotes, because that might mean different things to you or look very unique to you, but we're communing with spirit in the 12th house in Sagittarius. Like, there is so much endless life force energy within us as Capricorn risings. So like, this might have been so difficult and so sharp and so painful that we've like forgotten this. And that's some of what the North Node being in the 4th house is awakening within us as well. It's trying to reignite some fire within us. This could be something that was a possibility that we took off the table at some point, being practical or caring about the evidence or not being able to justify it. And now we're like, oh, you know what? Now that I've accepted this and this is easing, I can revisit something from the past that I didn't have space for before. So we're still evolving here. We're still trusting the newness, right? We've got some trust issues happening here, right? We haven't been trusting ourselves, probably, is what I'm going to guess. And so we are just we're allowing this evolution to happen where we are starting anew. So how can we ease this process? Ooh, cute. Cute, cute, cute. Can you just let yourself have new ideas? Like, talk about being a Capricorn. It's like, let me just go generate infinite possibilities and then immediately express them as like full plans. I need to at least have the tools ready when I talk about this, because like all my houses of self-expression are earth, and therefore like when I show up to talk to other people about this, which is obviously what I'm doing as a Capricorn rising because we're here for the world around us, then I must have the whole plan figured out. I must have the whole strategy. I must have something really palpable that people can walk away with. Okay, that can be really defeatist toward the magic that is like constantly churning within us. If we are constantly thinking about where it has to go and how we're going to apply it and whether it's practical and like whether it's realistic, then none of our ideas can go anywhere, and that certainly leads us to anxiety. We just shut our ideas out. We get into resistance with them. We suppress them. Maybe they happen within us and we bat them away. We deny them. We say, there's no room for you here. I'm too stressed. I don't have time for this. I have to keep this inside. So what if we don't have to have all the answers yet, right? I love this ace. Like, come back to the innocence of this ace. It is just an ace. It is not even the 2, which is where we start to make the plan. Like, that's where we make the plan, right? Like, the 2 is where we're like, and where can I take this? And where can this take me? Like, yeah, that's all really ambitious and like very 10th house stuff. And that can be super important. But right now we're being called to just allow ideas to emerge. Just allow yourself to tap into what this even looks like for you. Remember that you've crossed through here, right? This part's already evolved. What we're seeing here is not continuing to add to this story. I'm like, should I should I peek to be sure? I'm gonna take a gamble here. 5th house, Jupiter and Uranus. I'm gonna take a gamble here and just, for now, say this is telling us that we've already evolved out of this place. So this might be lingering because because that south node in the 10th house, because we're worried about what people are going to say. We worry about how people think about us. We worry that if we don't have all the answers, then that will tarnish our reputation. That will change how people think about us. If we act on something that is passionate or burning within us that no one else wants or cares about, oh, do I even dare to finish that sentence? Like, what does that say about me, right? Like, who am I? Am I selfish? This is kind of giving me stellium moving through the 3rd house, like a lot of inspiration, a lot of Pisces ideas and possibilities, maybe a little overstimulation, maybe a little I'm overwhelmed, and I'm anxious about what this is all trying to say. So just being with things, just being with the creativity, just being with what is magical. This is definitely like a rewrite of these energies. Like, our instincts shift, we might be attuned to this kind of beast within, but then it never there's so much that never gets to surface because it never passes the standards of the intellect. It's like, that's not rational. No, ha ha ha. No, nobody needs that, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm only going to do what they expect of me or what I think is responsible, right? There's lots of things that have been conditioned in here to throw this relationship off balance so that our instincts about what we need to do are a bit tarnished. They're confused. They're jumbled. And yes, we have to go in here. This kind of makes this inner journey look a little more pleasant than it's kind of like some of the narratives have been like, oh, go in there and find out why you're trying to do that, or why you keep finding yourself here. And for this narrative so far, it really feels much more like, hey, go in there because there's something cool to find. Go in there because something's waiting for you, right? You're scared to maybe let this out because you don't know if you'll be able to put it back in Pandora's box. You don't know if you'll be able to contain it. What if it's too good and it makes you so irresponsible? No. You need this for life. We need connection to this energy in order to keep showing up as Capricorns in the world. All right, let's see what's happening here. I need to know. So, all right, a sign that this evolution is unfolding unblocked. Okay. I knew to be cautious or to add that asterisk. Okay, so this sword card is definitely showing us these things. But let's think about this as a necessary step to move through, right? Because this is connected to this evolution. This is connected to this. Guess what? First of all, if we're going to let a fire, a flame, grow and continue to thrive and continue to burn, it needs some air, right? It needs a little bit of air. So we don't want these boundaries to be too tight. We don't want to be so closed off and isolated. I'm getting very big 12th house vibes here. I'm getting very big 3rd quarter moon of the 12th house as that kind of final release of, okay, I don't need these things anymore. So we want some air. We can't completely box off the flame, but we also can't leave it so exposed to the air, swords, and the elements that it surrenders to the wind. So a sign that this evolution is unfolding, unblocked, is finding that sweet spot, is how I'm interpreting this. Yes, it's a continuation of this too. And yes, it shows us more about the journey to the 9. But what I'm getting here is my private spaces need activation, need validation, need my attention. All of these things. They're critical to my being connected to the world. And I'm thinking about Jupiter being in Taurus in your 5th house, ruling that 12th house space, as well as all of the planets in Pisces that we're currently experiencing. So Jupiter in this house of self-expression, the 5th house, ruling the 3rd house of communication that's being lit up by all these planets, as well as ruling the 12th house of karma and me and my maker and my house of spirit and my mental health and how I experience myself in the world on a private level. Jupiter is asking us to create more space for play in order to be an effective communicator, as well as to tend to our mental health and maintain our connection to spirit. Jupiter can see the 3rd house right now, but it can't see the 12th house. So it makes sense that there's some disconnect between why time for play and self-expression are important to that mental health space. Right now we might just think, oh, it's really fun when I do this. When I create time to play music, very 5th house Taurus vibe, then I just feel so good. You know why you feel so good? Because you freaking made space for your mental health, you dingbat. Okay. This is also a message for me, so that's why it's coming through so harsh. I'm sorry that I'm part of this group. I feel like the message gets a little sharper when it's about me too. So there's a reason for that. It's not just, oh, how silly, you know, I was spontaneous for a moment and that was cute. It's like, no, there's a direct connection there between creating that space for play and feeling that sense of freedom within what we experience with the universe, feeling that sense of clarity, zooming out and seeing the big picture, remembering that it's all important, right? So establishing some flexible but firm boundaries around what this private space looks like and who we are publicly or what we're trying to accomplish in the world. Dual processes. We need flow. We can't block them off. We can't completely shut them off from each other. We need them to be able to communicate, but we need to know which one's leading. We need to be able to dance. We need to protect this so that outside influences aren't infiltrating and infesting this space with anxiety, okay? So we'll definitely see this reversed if we are going about this the wrong way. If we're resisting going into some boundaried spaces, then that's gonna be a sign that we're not getting it. If we are so heavily in this space that we're not letting anything in, that's also not it. We need to be able to kind of move in and out of this space, to alchemize, to shut off the outside, to tune into what's being awakened within us, to really know what our intuition's telling us so that we don't end up here, right? Okay, so 12th house, my friends, and Taurus too. Okay, so that very much amplifies what I was just saying. We don't know the connection between the Taurus house of you and the 12th house of you, right? Even if in Placidus those houses are like trine, like say Taurus is your 4th house, right? That happens. And Sagittarius is your 12th house. Those are houses that are technically trine by number, but they are signs that do not see each other, so it does not matter. They need each other. And that's what we're focusing on right now. Saturn, your chart ruler, moving through Pisces, sextiling your ascendant. So whatever Saturn is building up for you in that 3rd house of communication in the mind is to directly support who you are as a person and how you move through the world with your 1st house, as well as how you make money and support your values and gather resources in the 2nd house. So your mental activity is very important. Saturn's making sure that you know, and maybe that trip, you know, that double cazimi with Mercury and Saturn and the Sun lining up all on one day is going to be a big reveal to you about how important it is to create that sacred space so that you know what you're sharing, so that you have a relationship to your mind and how you communicate, because otherwise these things slip out. These things force their way to the surface, right? We can't just suppress all those things, but then we end up here. Okay, Capricorn, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. Next time we'll talk about all that Aries 4th house stuff, and we'll get clear on like what's going on in there and what we are awakening to. So I'll see you there. Welcome, Aquarius, to your Pisces season forecast. As we explore Pisces season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, Saturn, and Neptune, that rhymes, and eventually Venus, all in your second house of my stuff, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have the North Node in Chiron, awaiting Mercury, in your third house of the mind, communication, neighborhood, peers, siblings, and our immediate environment, our neighborhood. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your fourth house of home, emotional body, origin story, family, land and lineage. We have a first quarter moon in your fifth house of self-expression, joy, play, children, true love. The full moon is in your eighth house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. We have the south node moving through your ninth house of faraway travel, of higher learning, philosophy, religion, how we make meaning of the world. We have the third quarter moon in your 11th house of friends and communities, hopes and dreams for the future. And last but not least, we've got Venus and Mars hanging out with Pluto in your first house of self and how you move through the world. How you doing, Aquarius, with Pluto back in your first house, right? You first had this last May through maybe March through probably June 2023. And now it is back, and it will be back until September. And at the end of the year, you'll get this back for good. Back for good. Okay. So we are going to respond to some prompts today. Part of me that has already evolved. A part of me that is catching up. How I can ease this process. What this evolution will look, or rather, how this evolution will unfold unblocked. So a sign that this evolution will unfold unblocked. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what lies beneath the themes being activated today, or this season rather. And we'll roll the dice to see anything else we need to know, anything significant or especially important. Okay, you are not the only one to have the King of Swords on the bottom of the deck. Very interesting. So there's something being mastered, some sort of communication. I'm thinking already about the North Node Chiron conjunction in your third house. Maybe you have kind of experienced a sense of catharsis about some experience you have in your third house that continues to ail you. Something about communicating, something about your peers or maybe your siblings. Maybe you are coming to a place where you are now becoming a master of your mind. You are honing in on those communication spaces. You are honing in on how you frame things, how you think about things, how you share that information, and the purpose of that sharing. So let's see what we've got going on here to support that narrative. A part of me that has evolved. Looking at your fourth house, Jupiter and Uranus are there. Uranus will hang out for a bit longer, probably 3 more years. Jupiter only has a few more months here, right? Jupiter will leave in May. So Jupiter has been trying to activate some sense of abundance here for you. Home for you, whether your IC is there or not, your fourth house being Taurus in whole sign is connected to all of that Empress energy, that groundedness, that feeling resourced, all happening at home. I don't have to go anywhere to go get this. I am the land. I am the fertile grass and the seeds that drop from the trees. I'm the whole ecosystem. Beach. Okay. So I am the one. So hopefully Jupiter's been able to help you either tap into that, figure out where you want more of that or where that's been lacking, figure out how you play a role in that, and maybe you've already found yourself here, like this is the party that's evolved, so maybe you've already landed here, maybe you're in the process of landing here, right? Maybe this is where you're headed right now. Maybe this is what's happening over Pisces season, is that you are making your way to this place. This, whether it's like I'm moving, literally, like I'm geographically moving, or I'm moving into a bigger house, or all of the above. Whether you are maybe like redecorating, or just bringing more abundance into your house, whether you are renovating and creating more space for creativity, right? That Taurusness wants like to be able to touch things and work with things and practice things and garden and make candles and like be crafty. And, you know, whether that's literally what you do or not, like that's the vibe that we're going for here. So love seeing that that's what's already evolved for you. Congrats. So what's catching up? Okay. You know, this honestly feels like just a matter of timing. Like the Wheel of Fortune tends to represent, I mean, it is Jupiter. So, you know, there's that, but it tends to represent, you know, a moment in time where the wheel is spinning, where something is set into motion. And we are either knowing that we put in the work so that as this time approaches, it will unfold in our favor, or we are recognizing where we are behind and we are making like kind of a Hail Mary here to kind of get to the goal line before the buzzer. So there's either again, a sense of timing, right? Something is unfolding. Or since it's the part that's still evolving, maybe the timing is also evolving. This might be something fully outside of yourself, where you are here and you are patiently awaiting this timing being set into motion. Maybe you are still evolving around what the efforts would need to look like in order to get that payoff, in order to get that jackpot in the end. So maybe you are in a state of contemplation about, all right, I've already figured out what this looks like. Now I'm getting a sense of what comes next, or what I'm feeding my energy into next, or what needs my attention to kind of make this process unfold smoothly. How I can ease this process? Well, stop. That's cute. Okay, that's like literally, it's like literally also home. Okay, so how we can ease this process. If this is not like a literal move, or if this is not something that's literally happening in your home, then maybe it's happening in your emotional body. Maybe it's happening in your family. Maybe you are recognizing the fertility of your origin story. You tell me. There could absolutely also be like a non-physical home connection to this. I want to preface this here because I want to say that the way to ease this process is to focus on home. Okay, so we have two different expressions of this. If this is home, if you are moving, or if you are redoing your house, if you are redecorating, if you're just bringing new life into your house, cool. Then that's what you've already evolved through. You've already been doing that or working on that, focusing on that, and now it's time to focus on like the celebration part. I am celebrating that this is happening. I am having a housewarming party, or I am connecting with my loved ones here. I am honoring this in some way, but we're definitely celebrating. If this is more of a spiritual vibe, something happening with my family, something happening with my family of origin, something happening with my origin story, then we're still celebrating. Okay, so I wanted to allow the nuance here. These are certainly overlapping themes, but this could show up in some different ways, and this is showing up in the celebrate. Okay, and I love that for you, Aquarius. Like, the way to ease this evolution is to celebrate. Well, cute. Are you like, wow, Pluto's in my first house, and suddenly I'm very aware of like whoever looks at me and like whoever is talking about me and how I move through the world, so maybe that makes me self-conscious? Okay, maybe something we're mastering here. And maybe the mastery is a celebration, right? Like maybe this timing, maybe you're literally just like, I'm just waiting for the timing to pan out, and then like everything's set into motion and we're ready to go. So I might as well stop and celebrate in the meantime. And behind all of that is like, wow, look at how I pulled that all off. Like I strategized, I got all the information, I knew the timing window was going to come, I made the plan, and like now it's all happening, and I just need to kind of like let the rest of it fall into place. And like I'm celebrating, and that's so freaking cool. Look at what a master I am. I'm amazing. Love that. Maybe this celebration is inside. Maybe the celebration is something that we are doing internally. Maybe how we ease this process is to turn inward and think about what we want this to look like. What houses my passion? What about my home or my foundation and what holds my hopes and dreams? What needs to be revised here? Maybe we're changing the plan about this, or we're changing like we're kind of updating the vision board about this. A sign that this evolution is unfolding with unblocked, there we go, is you get the North Node. Cute. All right, yeah, North Node in the third, absolutely, right? That certainly bolsters this story here. Got a lot of majors going on here, Aquarius. Like this is probably not limited just to this time frame, which kind of makes a lot of sense about like I've already put in the work. I've like, you know, we're here with the king, so like it's not just like you wake up the king one day, it's like you build up to the king, right? So this certainly affirms a sense of things starting off before this season that are kind of playing out this season and then maybe extending into the season beyond. Long-term things happening here. So the Emperor, love that. Autonomy, trusting ourselves, trusting our minds, trusting our authority, trusting ourselves to lead. Not just running amok and acting hyper independently, because that's not leadership. That's acting like you're the only person who exists, and that's not helpful. It's not helpful. It's also not really your vibe, Aquarius. Like, you are very other oriented, right? So I don't worry about that too much for you. But I think there's a real sense of understanding your inner compass, understanding what's driving you. That's also feeling a little fourth house, right? Jupiter and Uranus down there. Trusting those in, like, what emerges from within you. Trusting what shows up in your feelings. Allowing those feelings to inform where you're going, and trusting yourself to go there. Again, not trying to get away from people, not being hyper independent, knowing that you might lead others there, knowing that you might be a pioneer amongst your peers. Feels very Aries third house. I'm the first one to think of this. So I'm going to be nourished in my home space, and how I see everything else falling into place without like constraint is that I am feeling myself move toward what's calling me, right? And let's also talk about how beautiful this is. We've got we have royalty here, right? So I've evolved here already, and a sign that I'm continuing to evolve is that I'm now moving into the lessons of the Emperor. So let's think about that. The Empress is fixed, the Empress is static, the Empress is in place, the Empress is home base, the Empress is the lush space. Excuse me. That never happens. The lush space that awaits me when I leave home in the Emperor. We see that they go in order. I need to establish a home base before I can take off so that I have something to return to. That's also very Four of Wands. The Four is like, well, I roamed, I followed my original passion, and I roamed, and I found this place that really feels like home. So I'm going to set up my four walls here, and then from here, I'll be able to go out and be the Five of Wands next. I'll be able to go out and compete. I'll be able to go out and sit at the table with others, and then I'll come home to restore my own flame from my home base. So there's a natural progression here that's really beautiful. I've established home or the abundance within my emotional self. I feel resourced inside myself. Home feels comfortable to me, or it's on the way. There are other things in motion that need to play out. And I'll know that those things are playing out because I will then feel safe enough from here to be able to continue and to roam and to feel inspired and to feel that I can tap into my individuality, but still have something that I want to bring back to share, right? That's the Aries Libra axis. That's that 3rd house, 9th house, like bonanza. I want to go roam, 9th house, and then I want to have something to bring home, 3rd house. So we're learning that process. We're understanding what coming home feels like and what home looks like and what we want home to feel like when we return to it, so that we can understand what this process brings us. Oh, that's beautiful. So, I mean, that in itself is a dual process, and that connects me back to strength. Trusting those dual processes to flow, to exist in a state of flow, so we're not forcing either. We are not rigid in either. And I think that's what we see with the Empress and the Emperor. One is sort of a fixed state, but we're not rigidly there. We tap into our sense of trust and intuition about when we need to roam, when we feel called to roam, when we want to roam, and then we trust when it's time to come back. So that's absolutely a dual process that mirrors the instincts and the intuition and the intellectualization, the rationality of the Strength card. Thinking about the moon, maybe home has always been a contentious place. Maybe the idea of home has felt nebulous. Where's your Venus? Right? Maybe home has always been difficult. Maybe there's something about our feelings about home that we need to go into and explore. And maybe we stay close to home and treat that like a static place, and we are static with it, and we haven't really explored why that is or what's connected to that. Maybe we've always run from home. Maybe we are really hard pressed to be caught at home or stuck at home, and maybe there's something within the subconscious space that needs our attention. Okay, yes, Jupiter, absolutely. So that makes a lot of sense. We are definitely seeing that Jupiter influence, especially since that's Jupiter also from that 4th house, ruling everything in your 2nd house. So my values and what I do with my money, how I make and spend my money, right? Those are kind of dual processes too. I go out there to make money and I come here to spend it, right? I come home and I invest it into my home. So absolutely Jupiter. Gemini is where that 1st quarter moon is going to be in your 5th house. And maybe there's something about self-expression here, right? With the North Node and Chiron in your 3rd house. Maybe there's something happening with self-expression here in the 5th house. Maybe that's connected to the King of Swords too. Maybe that 1st quarter moon shows you like, oh, I actually know all of the things I need to know in order to express this safely. And that's something that I'm doing out here in the Emperor. And then I'm going home and I'm collecting more information to then take out into the world in the Emperor. 6, okay? 6th house is Cancer. And that so let's think about maybe every moon cycle in this season, connecting you back to your body, connecting you back to feeling safe, feeling nourished, feeling cared for. So anything there's nothing here that's really like showing us anxiety. You've got the King of Swords, which shows us that you've mastered these things. And so maybe there's something here about connecting to that body, health, time, routine space. Maybe that routine supports the Emperor moving forward and helps support discovering what that ebb and flow looks like, going out into the world and doing this, coming home and resting and nurturing and eating and gathering more, and then using that resourceness to move out into the world. Okay. Ooh, I feel like there was not a negative card in sight for you, Aquarius. Certainly change is happening, right? But absolutely seeing a lot of positivity here. So thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We will talk a lot more about that Aries 3rd house next season. So I will see you there.